Hey, Matthew. Welcome.
Hey, how's it going?
It's okay, man. It's fine here. How about there?
Good, good. I don't even know how this works. You gotta kind of tune me. I've watched you a few times, but
Okay. So, what do you want to learn that you didn't learn in those 3 times?
uh, I'll just talk with you about see where you're at with belief and stuff. And are you like a hard? You're into science, like first law of thermodynamics and Newton's first law of motion and that kind of stuff. Or,
I keep hearing about that. Do you have a point about that?
yeah. Um,
Okay.
I guess, and I just want to, as a disclaimer, I don't suppose that I can offer you hard proof about God. I'm not here to assume that, but I just want to talk about the logic conclusions of, say, the first law of thermodynamics combined with entropy and Newton's first law of motion, and why it's logical to believe in a prime mover and an eternal, uncreated, intelligent being.
Hear the argument one more time. I'm saying one more time because we heard many times here. Yeah, go.
Okay, but you do believe in the first law of thermodynamics, right?
Okay, yeah.
So with energy being energy can't be created and it can't be destroyed. We can both agree that it's logical to believe in an eternal uncreated force.
Eternal uncreated energy. Okay, I mean, it makes sense, right? If something cannot be created or cannot be destroyed, we can assume that maybe it always exists. Yeah, okay.
So with entropy affecting all systems, the loss of energy over time.
Okay, but you should understand that there's a difference between like energy and usable energy. So the entropy is speaking about the usable energy, not energy indeed. So it's a closed system accepted as closed system. So energy doesn't go away. It's just dissipating, but still it's inside the universe. It's not usable anymore, but it's there.
Okay, okay. So when you consider Newton's first law of motion, object at rest stays at rest, and in motion stays in motion unless acted upon by a net positive force, an external net positive force. Do we ever see energy multiplying itself or giving itself the property to vibrate or to have energetic value?
I understand your question properly, but yeah, like things are vibrating. That's what you want to say?
Well, yeah, since energy is in motion,
Okay, I
was
can
it
accept that.
acted yeah. Was it acted upon by an external net positive force, or is energy itself, in your worldview, the prime mover?
I'm over. What does that even mean?
Well, so in the Christian worldview, God is the uncreated, eternal force who is
Mhm.
also intelligent. I'll be, honest enough to say we ascribe the aspect of intelligence to God as well as uncreated, eternal, and all powerful. So I guess in your worldview, you're saying that energy is the uncreated, eternal force. And in some sense, it's all the power, it's omnipotent. Um,
Okay, but it
and
doesn't
also,
follow logically, Matthew. That's the problem. So you don't know my worldview even. So I'm agnostic about that. So I said if you didn't catch probably, I said when you say energy cannot be created or cannot be destroyed, it sounds like or we might assume that it always exists, but that doesn't mean it always exists. So maybe believers are right. Maybe energy came from nothing. This is what believers believe. You know that, right? So maybe they're right. I don't know the answer, to be honest. I'm agnostic when it comes to even this universe. I don't know how the universe exists, or since you started speaking about energy, I don't know how energy exists. Yes, it exists somehow, and it feels like it always exists. Yes. So, and I can't assume that this is the whole energy. I mean, when we speak about universe, it's, I don't know, it's not fair to say that like all energy is here only in the universe. Maybe there are multiple universes, and if there is energy in those universes, then the universe is not the whole energy.
And I've thought about that too. Like, suppose there is infinite universes.
Hmm. No, before
And
going
there,
that, let's accept your assumptions. I mean, let's say that the universe is the whole energy that exists. Let's go on that path that you already started. Let's go from that part. So the universe, the whole energy here, uncreated, eternal. Okay, so what else?
well, and so I suppose, and I'm a Christian, just so you know, I'm a Catholic. So I don't believe that energy is, I don't inherently believe in the first law of thermodynamics, if that makes sense. I,
Why,
I,
why you cannot like digest such a claim? Because you like, do you think God can be destroyed?
no, but here's what I'm saying. I guess here's where I'm coming from. We don't see we don't have a mechanism in known physics or unknown physics to describe a way that energy can cause itself to become, for lack of a better word, to generate itself. We don't see one unit of energy becoming 2 units of energy spontaneously. So what I'm saying is, I guess we have to go outside of known physics to have a proper understanding of energy.
We learned so far that we can't create it, we cannot destroy it. That's what we learned, right?
Yes.
Okay. And where do you can go with this information?
Basically, so one of the logical conclusions that both scientists and Christians hold in common is that, so a Christian would say that God is outside of the known laws of physics. And a scientist would say that if we want to describe how energy, like I say, is generated or created, for lack of a better word, we have to go outside of known physics to explain how energy came to be.
But don't you think
And so I guess,
it's fallacious to ask such a question if you say energy cannot be created or cannot be destroyed? Like when you assume energy is eternal, don't you think where the energy comes from is fallacious? I mean, the question.
not necessarily,
Why?
because like I say, we don't have a mechanism that's, let's say there's another force that's not, we wouldn't call energy, that there's another force that somehow generates or begets energy to some
Understand that.
whatever.
I understand, Matthew, but don't you think now you create a problem? Because if you want to just push the ball out of the field, then anyone can do the same thing. For example, you believe that your God has the energy or power or whatever, then
Yes.
then I'm gonna ask, okay, where did come from? Where that energy come from?
Well, and that's the concept of the prime mover.
Prime
That
mover.
that the source, the I am that I am.
Hey, but you don't have to create such a concept in the first place because you are able to explain something by saying that, oh, it always exists. Okay, uncaused. Okay, it's prime. Okay, a universe is a beautiful candidate for it.
Now, exploration of science. And I love science. I drive a car, I shop at a grocery store, I use running water. I love science. I will never stop promoting science. I just want you to know that. And there's a lot of Christians that feel the same way. Like the Catholic that gave us the math behind the Big Bang, for instance. Great champion of science. We, in our quest for science, these are questions that scientists seek an answer to. Can energy come from nothing? Can something come from nothing? And or was there ever nothing? If that makes any sense. And if energy is the first of all forces, and we know it's affected by entropy, which the Big Bang requires, as you say, usable energy. If energy is eternal, then it has been affected by entropy since all eternity. Therefore, we should not be seeing a Big Bang.
I believe there is a problem there also. So the entropy starts with the Big Bang, and when it comes to singularity, where energy is there, but it is infinitely dense, hot, and even the physical laws are not applied. It's different. So you can't say like entropy always existed. Entropy exists with the beginning of Big Bang. Like the expansion started, now we have the problem of of entropy, but we cannot speak about it like in singularity.
Okay, I hear you. Um, so with that being said, I'm sure you believe in intelligence, right?
No need to even believe it. Like we are intelligent beings like other animals, right? We
I'm
describe.
glad you said that because not all atheists agree. So I'm
Oh,
glad you
really?
did say that.
Like really, there are atheist people who doesn't think there's no intelligence.
Yes, it's so confusing. They'll be like, no, our brains are just randomly functional based on whatever the random outcomes of genetic mutations over a billion years. And we're not,
Problem.
there's nothing actually specific to be intelligent about because everything's random. So it's just kind of frustrating talking to those kind of people.
Might
But
be
I'm glad
some
you're not like that.
there might be some misunderstanding though, because if they say such things, I mean, whatever happening that we label it as intelligence. So it's not important to know whether it's random or something else or whatever. Like there's a process, and that process is called intelligence. But anyway, so what's about intelligence?
Well, so combining the concept of an eternal, uncreated force with intelligence, what I'm basically trying to get at is that that is a logically consistent position to take.
Which one?
And well, that the uncreated and eternal force has intelligence baked into the cake.
Wait a second. Like when we are speaking about intelligence, as I said, yes, humans and animals have intelligence. I didn't say the universe is intelligent.
No, I know you didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Okay.
Basically, so the next step is okay. So, like in my brain, a fertilized chicken's egg has the potential to become a chicken or a rooster. So, does the egg have the rooster baked into the cake? Or is the egg just an egg completely separate from the rooster? With that same concept in mind, if intelligence is an inevitable outcome of the universe as we know it, is it fair to say that intelligence is baked into the cake of the eternal uncreated force?
You can only say that intelligence is just a conclusion. That's all you can say. Like we observe intelligence, yes, in human beings and animals, but that's the result. You can't say like there is intelligence at the beginning. Like
Now,
imagine this. Like if you look at the sky in a cloudy day, when some shapes appearing, like let's say a figure of a dog or a bird or even Jesus, would you assume that like there's something baked in the clouds that cause those shapes intentionally? Or we would just
I
say, wait a
think so.
second, not only there are patterns that appear and we just make connections with the things that we already know. How can you say that?
There's a little bit, I think there might be a little bit of both going on. Because, yeah, we totally see things where it's just our brain telling us we're seeing. It looks like, quote unquote, you know? And then sometimes you see something and it's like, like if I cut open a geode and you see the two smiley eyes, you know what I mean? And everybody that comes up to your table says, that geode looks like a happy face. That's the weirdest geode I've ever seen. I would argue sometimes there are things in nature that, for whatever reason, appear exactly like other things, and that, for whatever reason, is definitely baked into the cake, so to speak. Like whatever seeded that phenomena requires the outcome to be as such.
That's malicious thinking, my friend. You can't say just because this is the result, that doesn't mean it is the intention in the first place or it exists in the first place as a plan or something like that. You cannot infer that. You
Do
might
you
be
believe
true.
everything
By
is
the way,
random?
you, here's the problem. You might be right about that. Maybe, yeah, like that happens because everything has been planned and everything has been started to just result the plan. Maybe that's the case, Matthew, but I don't know. You also don't know. And you cannot assume that that was the plan at the beginning. That's why we have these results. It doesn't follow logically.
And let me ask you this, I suppose, and I really appreciate this conversation. You are a level headed, respectful person. I greatly appreciate this conversation,
No,
sir.
no, no, please. Like that's a bad advertisement of this channel. I'm not always polite.
Well, I've listened to you a number of times, and every time I've listened, and I'm not always polite either, but I appreciate your morals and ethics in general. Let me say that.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. So, okay. All right. Do you believe the entire universe is inherently random?
I don't know. I don't know. Like there are patterns that we can read, but random or it is just the feature of the universe. I mean, just inherent, as you said. I don't know, but in both cases, it doesn't mean anything. Like even if, like, let's say the universe is not random, okay, everything goes systematically. What does that mean? To me, it doesn't mean
That it
anything.
was designed.
But it doesn't mean it how it was designed. That's the problem, and I can explain you through your own beliefs, so that you can understand what I mean. So,
Yeah.
do you think God is random?
No, 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 no.
Okay, God is not random, but the universe is not random also. In this case, universe has a designer. Then why we don't follow the same rule? Why we don't say, oh, God is not random also, therefore God has a designer?
Well, because there has to be a prime mover.
Then the
Bas-
prime thing, whatever mover. When you say mover, you kind of like, let's say, suggest like someone intelligent and aware, like that's not fair, by the way. But let's say the universe is the prime thing that exists. If that's what you want, but we already have the universe as a prime thing, we can say it is the prime, Everything starts with the universe or energy, whatever. We don't have to go beyond. We don't have to seek, because when you do that, then it will not stop. I mean, you will do that. I will say, hey, Matthew, I'm also human, man. Like, I have the rights too. Why I don't suggest one more thing beyond your God? Then we can be equal. Now we have kind of two gods, or one prime mover, but we have another mover between the prime mover and the universe. And that's out of your religion already.
Well, so I suppose the way I look at it, if we don't, and this is a scientific concept too that really does need to be addressed, if we don't have the ability to describe or identify a mechanism that causes energy to be, or we don't see energy giving itself the ability to cause itself, we need to go into, say, string theory or quantum theory or whatever great breakthroughs CERN is going to give humanity in the seeking of this answer, vibrating string particle things, whatever it may be. And I bless these people that conduct this science. You take it a step back from energy. So at some point in any scientific system, there has to be a prime mover. We can't plug our phone into an extension cord and then plug it into another extension cord ad infinitum without plugging it into the wall.
No one is suggesting ad infinitum, but one more time, I want to show you that believers are creating the ad infinitum problem, not non-believers. Non-believers are okay to accept that everything is all about the universe, like all this energy is as the thing that all exists, and we don't know what exists beyond, and probably there's nothing beyond, or maybe there's, maybe not. But like, if you're a hard atheist, you can just say that, okay, there's nothing beyond, and all it is this universe. All the energy is here, and that's all. But then you say, oh, no, we need a mover. I say, okay, I'm not hard atheist. I can buy what you're saying. Then, but that doesn't mean, like, the mover of the universe doesn't mean the prime. It comes from your religion. So, like, we're not speaking about logic even here. We're talking about your religion, because you believe that the mover of this universe is the prime mover. And I'm saying, hey, wait a second. Logically, you cannot say that. What if, like, it is the second mover, or the third, or the fifth, or maybe the millionth, even if there's a prime mover? And there's one more problem. What if there are prime movers, not one mover? Why, like, it must be one mover? I mean, imagine, like, the domino stones, let's say, like 10,000 domino stones, like they're waiting ready. Like, don't you think, like, two human beings, they can push the first stone together at the same time? They can do that. Now we have prime movers, two prime movers. That's another problem. Even, I mean, like, even if you don't go at infinitum, even if you find, or you stop somewhere, it doesn't mean it is, like, the cause of the universe, or it doesn't mean there is one prime mover. Two major problems here.
I guess what I'm seeing with that is, so in Newton's first law, what is causing, let's say the universe is cyclical and vibrating strings caused energy to come into space and time as a singularity, and then through some progression the breakdown of our universe goes back into vibrating strings or whatever, however many processes in between, and the universe is cyclical. There still has to be a force from outside pushing those dominoes over to begin with. And
I object that
so the
also.
concept of two prime movers, no, because there can, as it's said in the movie Highlander, there can be only one.
Now we should
Otherwise,
trust on a movie.
otherwise, you still wind up with the problem inherent in Newton's first law, is that
don't think
what is
Newton's first law says anything about one prime mover or two or multiple more than two. It doesn't say anything about that. But like another problem about what you mentioned the last time, well, what about God? God always exists, right? God is vibrating always. So, wait a second. There must be something external to God to move it, to start to move it. But you don't believe in that also.
no, because God is the I am that I am, is the
The
source
universe,
of all power.
yeah, but the universe is all the all power. That this is the second scenario, right? Where there is no God. The universe is the whole power. So being the whole power then solves the problem, right? It should solve the problem.
Okay, and now here's what I want to say. I don't I don't want to say that we're never going to come up with a scientific invention that proves the existence of God. That's that's where I suppose I would draw the line on that. And I don't want to say that we have the end all be all of science. So it's kind of the tricky spot there for me because I appreciate the scientific understanding we have now, but I understand that in 10,000 years we're basically going to be playing with sticks and stones now compared to 10,000 years from now. So
Okay, I believe this is very off the topic.
I don't know. I might not have expressed it very well. And I really like it. You're asking very good questions. I really appreciate it. You're
So
making me
wanna
think, man. I like it.
summarize one more time, and also for the audience. So speaking about a prime mover, like if it is a must, like then we can like exchange God and the universe. Like we can say the universe is the prime existence. I don't want to say mover because like believers already upload the word in a different way. It sounds like intelligent, aware of its own existence. So when they say mover, but let's say the universe is the prime existence, we could say that. So it solves the problem. And again, the second problem is even if we accept that the universe is not the prime existence, that doesn't mean the cause of the universe is the prime existence or mover. There can be multiple, maybe there are multiple things out there. Maybe they caused each other, they moved each other. And again, the other big problem is maybe there are multiple prime movers at the beginning, and maybe between those movers and the universe, maybe there are millions of other movers. So accepting the prime mover, claim doesn't solve anything here. Like it doesn't even have to be a god. That's all.
I guess what I would say is that multiple prime movers would share the same nature. Let's say there were quote unquote multiple prime movers. They would still need to share the same nature and the same essence, being uncaused yet capable of causing everything else, which to some degree would make them the same prime mover.
False. I disagree. There might be, let's say there are five prime movers. I don't think that there's a rule that they must share the same essence. They might be similar, but we cannot say they're identical or they must be identical. Like imagine you start a fire with an animal. Like, do you think that we have the same essence or like how much we are similar? Sure, we are similar with animals, but there are huge differences also. So the prime movers might share some similarities, but they don't have to be the same things. And I said five, right? If there are five prime movers, that doesn't mean they caused everything together. Maybe they started something, or maybe they just caused our universe, but three of them separately, they caused other things, not our universe. So that means prime movers didn't create everything. I mean, not each of them. So maybe one of the prime movers just caused something else in our universe, not other things in the existence. But anyway, this is another problem.
I hear you. So okay, like for me, the God has the attributes of uncreated and eternal and all powerful and intelligent. And call it a mental funk if you will, but that's in my brain, that's the requirements I see for the prime mover of the
Very
universe.
good.
And if
What about
what's that?
this? What about this? Let's suppose there is something uncaused and eternally existing, but it doesn't have intelligence. Do you think this is possible?
I do not think it's possible, and
Why?
here's why. Because we see intelligence now. So if I want to cut a rock to fit into say whatever, some a mosaic, I have to be aware of the shape that I want the stone to be cut into. I have to be aware of the final product. And in cutting this stone, I need to
And you
know these.
misunderstood. Like Matthew, let me interrupt you because I know where you're going, and I'm gonna fix that. Okay.
Okay.
So what I meant, well, let's imagine three prime movers, and what we said uncaused, right? That's what you keep
Yeah.
saying. And
Yes.
let's suppose only one of them is intelligent. Two of them, they're not intelligent. They have different properties. And this intelligent mover, prime mover, is aware of its own existence and the existence of those two other things. And that the intelligent being is checking those things and realizes that, okay, it's different. They're different. They don't have intelligence. They don't have awareness, seemingly, but they exist without any cause. They just exist. And this intelligent being is taking that thing, those things, and using them, shaping them, creating things out of that thing, those things. So, is it making sense right now?
Ish, kind of, because so where I'm at is if if a force is all powerful and we see intelligence now, how would an unintelligent force cause something to be intelligent without itself first being intelligent?
That's that means either you didn't understand what I was trying to say, or maybe you didn't listen. So I already suggested that yes, there can be an intelligent prime mover. I accept the possibility. I think you missed this part. This is very important.
I'm listening.
Yeah. Well, but what I was suggesting, it might not be the only prime mover, I mean, or existence. There might be other things which are not intelligent. But so that this intelligent being can create something, it needs other things. And maybe that's the case. Maybe that intelligent being is using those things. And this is a very different kind of worldview.
All right. So all powerful, the omnipotent aspect. I think that's where I'm kind of my brain is still clinging on to that, right?
But
So you're saying that there's a prime mover that would be less than all powerful?
why not? Like, I don't see any rule that suggests that if there's a prime mover, it must be all powerful and doesn't follow logically. Sounds like a rule, but no justification for it. If it is one and only thing that existed, then yes, we can say whatever the power, all of it was there, then yeah, we can say all powerful. But if it was not the only thing that exists at the beginning, then you can't say that that must be all powerful. Maybe that thing is taking power from other things that already exist as uncaused.
The source of everything wouldn't need to take from anything. It would be the source of everything.
Like that, there's no such a rule that it must be the source of everything. It's not. In this scenario, it's not. And why not? I mean, for example, are you all powerful as Matthew? You're not, right? But you're
Obviously
using
not, no.
but you're using the power that already exists out there. You're using it. What if the prime mover did the same thing?
Well, the prime mover would have had to have caused that to be in the first place.
So we come again.
The prime mover would have caused the power that is, if they are going to use it. When I believe God uses what's in his creation, of course.
That's what you believe, but you don't know that. So maybe the prime mover doesn't have such power. Maybe it has some power, but not that much power.
But you understand that a cause of everything wouldn't need to. Well, let's put it this way:
it's not the cause of everything. Again, you're missing my entire example. So, according to my example, that being is not the cause of everything. There are other things, they coexist, and they're uncaused, and they're not caused by this intelligent being.
But they would be less than able to cause other things to happen in this scenario.
Maybe they cause, but maybe it doesn't make sense, or whatever. Like the outcome, it doesn't look like the way that an intelligent being is causing things, right? So what nature causes and what we cause, they're not alike. We can, right? We can do. Sometimes nature is imitating. I mean, I'm saying in code, like the things that nature creates, they look like what we create, but mostly what we create looks like what comes from the nature, right? We imitate the nature sometimes. But anyway, I mean, maybe like there's such an existence. But anyway, like I don't want to make it longer because it already
You're good, brother. You're good. Can I ask you one more question before I head out?
Okay.
All right. Do you believe that one day, and it may be a million years down the road, that we might actually develop a technology to detect God?
If there is a God, and if God is, you know, not like completely detached from the universe, then yeah, maybe if there is a God. Or if there is a God who's willing to be discovered by humans, then yeah, again, why not? But if there's an all powerful, enough powerful God who can hide himself from humanity, then most likely we will never find. And that's not different
I appreciate that answer. That's an honest answer from a scientific viewpoint. I appreciate that. I appreciate you, brother. I'm gonna let you go and get back to other people.
Thanks for joining. Thanks for being polite. And thanks for being patient.
You too, brother. You have a good day.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. You made it good already.
Nice, nice. Bye now. You have a good one.
Okay. We have Shawshank one more time. We had him before. So. Okay, Shawshank. 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 Shawshank, I don't hear you. You are not audible. You are not audible. You are not audible. And hey, Vogue, how are you?
I'm good. How's it going?
Oh, fine so far. We had a very good caller from YouTube.
Yeah, I was listening to that guy. I hate it when they're nice, darn it.
You hate when they're nice?
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Okay. I was surprised. Like, what the fuck is going on? Okay, I like it when they're nice.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. That was pretty. That was actually. That was a nice conversation. Really was.
Yep. So we're rolling. It's not even 1 hour. Wow, that's cool. That's cool. So apologies. Okay, maybe that was a fake hand. So Vok, let's jump immediately.
Yeah, sounds
Let's
good.
jump. Here is the new room. The new link is coming, people. And thanks for the likes, people, so far. Yeah, but more likes doesn't bother us. Yeah, you can like the stream. Sure, if you like. So, and if you have questions, if you want to highlight your questions, or when mics are occupied, or if you just want to support the channel, super chats do the job, people. So this is the new link. This is the new link, people. I'm gonna pin that link. This is the link that you should use if you want to join. So, okay. Who do we have? We have Simon. Hello, Simon. Shoshank, you're going to speak or not? Okay, then get the mic before other people take it. So, welcome back, Shoshank. Oh, you're not audible. So, you're having some technical difficulties, man. But the first guy also has a mic here if he wants to speak. Oh, that's a nice photo, man. Shawshank still not audible. You should know that. There is no audio. Oh. Okay. Why did I highlighted that message? Wait a second. This was supposed to be there. Come on. I keep doing that. Okay. For now. Nasmal. Okay, we have Pranav in the room. Hello, Pranav.
Yeah, I'm audible.
Yes, you are. Welcome.
Okay, I'm just new to in this, what do you say, kind of talkings and all. Like, never been in these kind of situations.
First time
But I
here.
have no first time like in this kind of, what do you say, kind of
Discussion.
debate or like
Oh, okay.
discussions. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Okay, then I will go easy.
Okay. What's your take on?
I'm an atheist. I don't believe a
Me
God
too.
exists. Oh.
Yeah, yeah, we do. You say we don't have any sort of evidence to say on.
Okay, Pranav, but that doesn't
So
make a show here. So
well,
we need believers.
okay, so you're just waiting for a fight, like.
No, like it doesn't have to be a fight. We had a very nice conversation with a Christian
Yeah.
guy before you.
Okay. What happened?
So
Okay, what happened?
like he presented his arguments and I explained why I don't accept those arguments. Okay, you're breaking to me.
Okay. What was your religion? Like you were ex something like that?
I was
Am I
Muslim
audible?
before.
Fine.
I was
Oh, you're not
Muslim before.
ex-Muslim.
I was Muslim, yeah.
Right now you're like ex-Muslim.
Like I'm an
Okay.
atheist right now.
Um,
Yeah, you can
but
say
like
ex-Muslim.
yeah, there's a lot of like ex-Muslim movements around going on and all.
No need to emphasize the ex-Muslim part. Sometimes I say I'm an
Okay.
ex-Muslim, but it's useless. I mean, no need to emphasize that.
Okay, you don't want to just drag again that you're a Muslim and all that. Is that the reason?
I don't want to emphasize. When people ask me, sure, I say I was a Muslim. Okay, Shawshank, maybe another time, man.
Sure. Have a nice day.
Shawshank has a problem with the connection, or like, I don't know what's the problem. So, believers, we are waiting for believers. Yeah, I hope we can have more nice people today. This is Tuesday, right?
Yeah, Tuesday.
Okay, let's see if it's gonna be better than Monday or not.
I think you have to wait like for Friday something.
Sure, like at weekend it's more active.
Yeah, true.
But oh no, I'm getting bored. So hey, hello. Anyway, who's this? Richard Loca. I hope Richard is a believer.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello, Richard.
Yeah, I would say I'm a believer.
Okay, you would say you're a believer. You wanna speak about God, or you wanna have a
Sure.
discussion? So
Yeah, we can talk about it. So, why don't you believe in God?
simple. I don't see any good evidence or good arguments to believe.
What do you qualify evidence as?
I think we don't have a different understanding about evidence, but I think it's better to,
This is why I'm asking your definition.
I'm not a dictionary, but what is good evidence? I want to explain that part.
Okay. Well,
Good
I mean,
evidence.
I'm the one asking the question regarding to what you mostly use.
I'm the one who is
So,
making this show, but I allowed you to
no,
start questioning. What about you? Which God you believe in?
I would believe in the Christian God
Christian God. Why do you believe in Christian God?
because if it has good argumentation to why
What's
its
the best
existence is probable.
argument for Christian God?
I would argue from argument from motion.
Motion?
Yes, by
Oh,
Thomas Aquinas. Are
okay.
you aware?
How motion argument proves that God exists, especially the Christian God?
Well, here I can simply give the premises of this idea.
Okay.
So, the first premise, of course, is just simply going to be that change exists. Do you agree that change exists?
Change exists. Yes, change exists.
Okay. So, hold on. Let me just pull up the premise again. I have it on my own text, but let me just get it real quick for
Okay.
you. So here, whatever is in motion, this is premise 2, sorry. Whatever is in motion is put in motion by another. So it's saying basically that nothing is going to move itself. It can't be it can't be possible in a world where something moves by itself.
Okay, wait a second.
So
Whatever in motion. Can you finish that premise? First premise.
okay, whatever is in motion is put in motion by another.
Is
So
put in motion.
it's basically saying that
Another. I
like
object this premise because of your beliefs.
okay, well,
Yeah.
I mean, if you disagree with premise 2, then you believe that there's
No,
change
this
that
is the premise 1. I object this premise because you're special pleading about your God.
what? I haven't even special pleaded. I only said that change exists. That's all I said in the first
Okay,
premise.
wait a
I
second.
never
I'm
claimed
sorry. So you this was the second premise?
No, this was the first premise. The first premise said that
And
change exists.
make your mind. Okay. The
Oh,
first
hold
one.
on. Let me just close the door. Go ahead.
Change exists. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if you disagree that change exists, then
I
you just
agree.
simply believe like
I
okay,
agree
okay.
change exists.
So premise 2, I'm not even getting to the point of God. I'm simply saying like how motion itself leads to God. So premise 2, whatever is in motion is put in motion by another. So
Okay.
nothing can move by itself. So
Good.
let's say,
Very
for
good. Very
example,
good. This debunks your entire religion
how?
because God motion putting your premise, then self put God into motion.
No,
Yeah.
because I mean that's what the premise itself isn't like, I could show you where this premise is leading to where God needs to exist for
It's not
emotion
really
to
if it's
exist at the same
going
time.
to God or not, but the problem is that you will face someone else must put your God into motion.
Yeah, but here, I will explain this on the continuum of those premises because this is not even getting to the conclusion. Premise.
Don't need
So
even a
did you?
conclusion. Like this is the problem. I see your religion in the first place. I see the God that you believe in. I know it. Therefore, you have to make an exception, a special pleading, just to prove your God exists, and that's why I just
No,
object in the beginning. So
I know. I
God
know
God
what you're
is
objecting
God
here.
is active. I know your God from your religion. God is active. God is in motion. Like how it moves, I don't know. But your God is in motion, and you say
It's
whatever in
not.
motion
I'm not saying
put
that.
into motion by another, which is saying that your God must be put in motion by another.
Yeah, but look, my argument here is not saying God is going to be in motion. That's not what I'm even actually arguing.
God is not. God is static.
Yes, we
Really,
believe that he's going to be pure act since he's
pure
immovable.
act.
Would would you like the definition of pure act?
Well, pure act.
So pure act simply means that God wouldn't be composite.
But God wouldn't be composite,
Yes.
but he's acting, right?
No, he is acting, yes, in
Yeah, he's
reality
acting. So
when it's created.
action, motion. I don't see a huge difference between action and motion. So like if he's in action, like he must be put into action by another.
No, and
What do you
that I'll
mean?
show you the reason why. I'll show you the reason why. So,
Okay, then
did you
I'll
copy?
say that the universe is in pure change.
What do you mean by impure change?
In pure change, like whatever you want to mean, I mean the same thing. Because you want to create something special about God by using some words like pure action. Okay, the universe is pure change.
So you would say that the universe itself is infinitely regressing itself. You would say, right?
The universe is infinitely like it does the same thing what your God is doing.
I would disagree
So your God
because
is
it's
infinitely regressing.
no. I'm not
What do you mean
saying I'm
no?
agreeing with that. I'm simply
Oh, why
saying
not?
that he's going to be. The reason why I'm going to be denying this idea is because infinite regress is not eternal. It's not
Infinite
something
regress.
eternal. It is temporal.
Infinite regress is temporal.
Yes, it is.
Like man, don't you like understand that infinite and temporal is contradictory words already?
But I'll show you the reason why infinite regress itself and a temporal world in an infinite regress is possible. The reason why is
You say
because
infinite
if you
regress is possible.
no, I'm not saying an infinite regress is possible. I'm showing you the reason why it is going to be temporal, the possible reason.
It's going okay. So your God must be temporal then.
What? How would this follow?
Do you believe that your God is infinite regressing?
No, no,
Okay,
I
then
would
it
say
must
he
be
would be the first.
temporal.
No,
But
that
then
does
that's
not
what you
follow from that
suggested, my
conclusion.
friend. Like this is the same
No,
thing that
what
you
you're doing.
suggested.
But wait, what you're doing here is called a black and white fallacy.
Oh,
I'm
really?
supposed to choose either this or either the other,
Uh,
where there's actually another
okay.
idea,
Which
which
is
I'm saying that he is the first mover.
okay.
It's
The
different from
universe
saying
is the
he's an
first
infinite
thing
regress.
that is moving. Well, is there any problem with that?
Yeah. First reason on why it's going to be the first things moving itself is that no, it's actually going to be things that are potentially changing in reality. And if there is something changing in reality, there's a narration. There's a huge chain, which leads it to a beginning, where we conclude that the first mover would be God.
You're assuming that.
I mean, no, I'm getting to those reasons to why it is the case. So I'm not assuming. I'm providing
I
an
see a
argumentation to
special
why.
pleading here, my friend. So I see your
Okay, but hold on,
message.
hold on.
Wait, you hold on. Wait a second.
Okay, go ahead.
Uh, the freak. Thanks for the super chat. Run his model through AI. I don't have the time. And like I'm not multitask the freak, so I'm not gonna use any AI. But thanks for the super chat. So you said God is not infinite regressing, right?
No, he wouldn't be.
Okay. And he's not temporal also. Okay.
No, he's eternal.
Okay. Like the universe is not infinitely regressing too, and it's not temporal also.
Well, if you agree that the world itself is not infinitely regressing, then you would believe that there is a first active movement that created every single thing that is in motion right now.
Okay, something moved, but that doesn't mean
Okay.
it is external to the universe.
Well, the reason why it would be external is that if it wasn't, then now you have an infinite chain of potentiality coming from an infinite regress. So I mean, I haven't even get it. I even, oh, sorry. Oh my goodness. I haven't even gotten to my third premise yet. And so that's what I was trying to tell you before you could argue. So the third premise is arguing against the idea of an infinite regress. So this chain of movers cannot go on to infinity, for then there will be no first mover. So
The
that's
chain,
premise three.
come again, the chain.
So this chain of movers cannot go on to infinity, for then there would be no first mover. So it's saying that if there is no actual mover for everything that is in motion right now, then now there is some infinite type of regression where there is infinite type of potential things occurring. And so the conclusion is going to be that therefore there must be and exist a unmoved mover, which we call God.
Okay.
Would you like to disagree with the third premise?
Well, I disagree again.
Okay. Well, do you disagree with all the premises?
No, like I disagree because it's not very, very good established. So when you say chain of movers, you imagine like domino stones. You know,
Yeah, what
domino
I'm talking
stones.
about
So
exactly,
why
yes.
why you imagine like that?
Well, the reason why I would imagine it like that is because the domino itself does not fall by itself.
Okay, but
And
it
so we
might fall.
concluded it.
Yeah, but it might fall because of two things.
It falls because the other domino made it fall.
No,
And the
okay,
prior
okay,
domino made
okay.
it
I
also fall.
think I think like you didn't see those complex like domino games. Like that, there are some domino pieces. They're moving one piece, but two pieces are moving one piece. Like, can you imagine such a scenario? It's easy.
Two pieces moving a piece.
Yeah, one
I
piece.
mean, yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
if you
that's
want to say
imaginable,
that,
right?
that could be. Well, I mean, that wouldn't negate the idea of a potential thing
No,
acting.
no problem, no problem. There could be even three pieces moving one piece. So that's why
Yes.
like I objected the third one. Because like the believers always imagine the universe, oh, one cause and just one cause, and it's God. Or even if they think about a chain, they only think about one chain, like one thing causes other thing, or one thing moves another one thing, and that one thing moves another one thing. Like that's very poor imagination. So, but
Well,
what
I
about
have given an explanation to why.
five prime movers? Like, can you accept that there are five prime movers?
Yeah, five prime movers that is acting in motion. I don't know what you mean.
Like, whatever you think about one prime mover,
Hmm.
like you cannot multiply that.
Well, if you have one prime mover, that thing could be multiplied. Yeah.
No, I mean there can be multiples. Like, is there any obstacle for that?
Uh, by obstacle, you're saying could there be more
Yeah,
potential
is there
things
any
acting?
logical problem? Because you're just running logic here, and logically we can assume
I
that there are 10 prime movers.
I mean, yeah, you could say that if you no 10 prime movers as like the first mover that created everything.
Not like first prime movers, and the number of them is 10. So 10 prime movers, first prime movers.
hold on. Are you saying first prime movers as like the first that had made movement in the first place?
Yeah, like you believe that there's one you just started the movement, and I suggest 10.
Yeah, well, I mean, if there's 10 prime movers, I mean, first of all, I don't think that would mostly follow from that. For the first reason why is because the 10 prime movers would have to have an actual mover. So it doesn't make sense to say 10 prime movers.
Come
So
again, come on.
that's
They
going to
have
be.
to have actual mover. What do you mean? They're the
Yeah, so
movers. They're the first movers. They don't need any movers.
yeah, but here the thing that you're trying to argue here, which is the 10 prime movers, is that it doesn't correlate with one prime mover because the reason why is because those 10 prime movers themselves are acting also in motion. So that's
Emotion.
why, like, I mean, it's proving itself the potential of action on a one personal
Man,
God.
I don't understand what you're
Because
saying. Even like the first prime mover, whatever properties it has, other prime movers might have similar properties. Why
I
they
mean,
must be different?
why do those properties must be different?
Yeah, I mean they might have similar properties. Like they can be the first movers.
Well, yeah, I think we can go by the example of a worker. Like an analogy could be great. So a worker himself builds a house, and so the first mover is going to be the house. But that doesn't mean that the first mover, which is the builder, is an eternal mover. He's the first thing that made something come to existence, like a
That's what I'm
building or a
saying.
house.
Like there can be like 5 owners of the company. They're the ones that like who started everything.
But they
That's what I'm trying
rely
to
on
say.
something else. Yeah, they
What do you
rely
mean?
on something else.
Who rely on something else?
Yeah, the company relies on to another. And
Oh,
so
but
that thing, of
according to
course,
your worldview, it must end, right?
well, there would be an ending. Yes, there would be
Yeah,
an
and
ending to reality.
why it's not ending at 5 owners of the company? Like let's end it here. I mean, I'm in favor of ending things like you. But what if it ends at 5 or 10 movers?
You could possibly make that type of idea. It wouldn't mostly change that there would be an ending to reality.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, what is the problem here? Like, you guys are yes, you are running a logic here, but you're dismissing like a lot of different kind of scenarios, and there's only one thing in your pocket, which is your religion, and in the end of the day,
But
you have to
here,
bring it.
I no, I'm not even trying. Like, I mean, you are the one critiquing the religion. Of course, I agree that you can critique it anytime as you want to. But right here, what I'm arguing here is that there are first movers not in the same as the property as God has, because he's going to be eternal, which is something distinct from human beings, which is a property of our human nature. If us human beings are first movers, like by example, I can become a builder or I can start roller
No,
skating. These things,
no one is suggesting that humans are the prime movers. Come on, like there's
well,
no
they're
such a
going to
thing.
be, yeah, they're going, no, I'm not saying primal movers as eternal creators. I'm saying primal movers as something that comes to potentiality. So I have the potential to build a house. I have the potential to wake up, although that's not necessary in my nature.
Doesn't matter.
So these could possibly happen.
Yeah, but so what?
So then if we if we understand this, sorry, then you could say that there are primal movers in the sense that us human beings have the ability to make something come to potential.
Yeah, there can be 10 prime movers like creating those potentials.
Yeah, but not prime movers as eternal because that
Why
wouldn't
not?
make sense.
Why? Like
The reason
one
the
prime
reason
mover.
why is because
Wait, one prime mover eternal makes sense. Why 10 prime movers eternal don't make sense?
the reason why it wouldn't be 10 primal movers is because those 10 primal movers rely onto something else.
No, they
And
don't. They
so
don't.
yes, they would.
No, they don't. They exist
They
without a cause.
would.
They eternally exist. How an eternal being can rely on something else?
The reason why is because there are 10 primal movers, and those 10 primal movers are reliant upon motion
They
for the
don't.
creation of the world.
They don't rely.
But
Like
I
they
mean,
are the first movers, man. How come you don't understand your own arguments? This is your own argument, right? The prime movers are the movers by themselves. They are uncouth. They're eternal.
yeah, well, I'm simply saying that that could not be the case
Why
because human
not?
beings,
Well, we
yeah,
are not talking
because
about human beings, my friend. Like I don't understand why you keep talking about human beings. Go outside of the universe because you believe that the prime movers are outside of the universe. So I don't understand why we're talking about humans.
the reason why I'm trying to correlate this with human beings is because when you're saying 10 primal movers themselves, eternal wouldn't mean anything to say 10 primal movers. For the first
Why not?
reason itself, yeah, for the first reason itself, is that those 10 primal, so let's say those 9 primal movers rely, of course, on the first primal mover.
But
You
they
can't
don't.
say that there are
They
now 10 primal
coexist.
movers.
Come on, they don't. I think you don't understand. They
No, I understand.
exist.
You're saying that there
They're not
exists 10
causing
primal
each
movers.
other. Yeah, like just because there are 10 things, that doesn't mean they caused each other. They rely on each other. It's fallacious, man. It doesn't make any sense.
But there are 10 eternal, Hana, there are 10 eternal primal movers.
Yeah.
And so if they're primal movers, those primal movers, they don't get their properties from themselves. They get the property
No,
from the first primal mover.
no, there's no such a thing. Like they are the first prime movers.
So not hold on. So you're saying that the 10 primal movers themselves rely upon each other in the
They
sense that
don't.
they're
How many times should I say that they don't
I'm
rely
not
upon each
saying
other?
relying, no, I'm not saying relying upon themselves as that they have this type of emotion, but I'm saying in the sense of that basically they have the same divine attributes.
They no, they don't have the same. They have different kind of attributes, but some of them are similar. Like
Okay, could you give
yeah,
an
like
example?
animals and humans. Like we are similar, but we're not the same, right?
Yeah, but
And
like could
you
you
can
give an
think like that.
example?
This is the example, man. Like they can be that much similar and different. The prime movers.
But yeah, but what do you mean by like those properties themselves being in the 10 primal
Okay,
gods?
tell me what is the property of the prime mover that you believe in?
That he would be the creator of all things for
All
things that come to
things.
motion.
Okay, but
Yes.
if it was not one, then it can't be the creator of all things by itself. Like it's
Well,
sharing.
if it wasn't one, well, as we said in our third premise, it would cause an infinite regress.
It doesn't. Why?
The reason why is because there's no active potential acting it to something else. And so now
Just
you have
think it
an infinite amount of regression.
I believe you either don't get it or you're dismissing something intentionally.
I can explain for you even
Okay,
more if you want
look
to.
at
So
look at the domino example. Let me try to draw it even here.
sure.
I'll try to yeah. So did you click on my profile here?
No, hold on, let me click on
Yeah,
it.
click on it. So we were speaking about. Sorry for my.
Just close the door real quick. There's a lot of noise coming out. All right, go ahead.
Okay, these are the prime movers. Okay, so
Hmm.
you see here, there's nothing beyond because they are prime. They're primes, and everything starts from here, and they move this one, this domino, and this one moves this one, and let's suppose this one is the universe. Okay, but here
Okay.
at the base we have three. They don't rely upon each other. And by the way, this individual one, he caused other things here also. He moved other things that these two things they didn't involve. So technically, these two are not the creator of everything, or they're not the mover of everything. They're not
Hmm.
even moving each other. They can't because they're the primes, that they exist by themselves, like the way that your prime mover exists. They exist eternally, but the things that they're moving might be different things, but like three of them at least moved our universe here. but they are here, the prime movers.
Okay. And so, like, what are you trying to conclude, basically? Because
Uh,
you did say
The
that they
thing
had
is,
similar properties,
they
right?
they have similar properties, yeah.
But they aren't the same.
They don't have to be the same, yeah.
Okay, so given the idea that they don't have to be the same,
Hmm.
like now you're saying that there's three distinct primitive like movers that created something.
Yeah, prime movers, yeah, and they're
So
distinct.
why would there be three distinct primal movers? Because that
Why would
makes a
the,
possibility
the,
that there's another universe existing.
okay, like if this is the reality, it's reality. Why, like, there is one prime mover is also the same question. If there are 3 or 5 or a million prime movers, that means that's the case. And
Well, you're saying, well, I mean, we agreed upon that they're distinct. And so
yep,
I wanted to get to like what you're trying to argue. And I'm simply critiquing like how do you know there's a possible other new universe by those three primal movers? So like the first and the second one
not
have
necessary,
different
man. No,
universes.
no, no, no. It's not necessary. Forget about this one. I said maybe. This one is maybe. Okay, it doesn't have like
Okay.
no, no. Maybe they all three created only one universe so far, and that's it.
Okay, well, I mean, given the inductive argument that you are giving to me, I could simply say that this idea is not really true.
Really, why? It
The
follows
reason why is
exactly what
because
you're suggesting here.
your conclusion from three distinct primal movers that creates other universes themselves aren't proven. That's simply wishful thinking, which I
I
would
have a
presume.
question. I'd like
Okay,
to interrupt real
one
quick.
prime mover is also not proven, my friend.
Sorry?
One prime mover is also not proven. You didn't prove it.
Well, I gave an argument that is structurally formed to why it would be the
Okay,
case that a first
the,
mover
the
would be
same
there.
the same argument can be applied to 2 prime movers, 3, 5, even like millions of prime
But it
movers.
implies, I know, but it implies another universe which you
It
have no
doesn't
proof of.
it doesn't imply any other universe.
But you're
No.
telling me that the third and the second primal movers move something else, while the first mover moved our
My friend,
current world.
I believe we have a
They're
huge
distinct.
problem here. Like, please check your connection. I said it's not necessary. I said forget about the other universes. That was
I'm not
just
saying about
if.
necessity. I'm simply saying that they're distinct, which
Yeah,
we both
they're
agreed
distinct,
upon.
and there's no any rule that we can see that if there are 3 prime movers, they're supposed to be the same. There's no such a rule. If they're
I
distinct,
completely understand this,
distinct,
but
that means they're just distinct. That's all.
I know, but this implies that there is some other universe that exists.
It
I'm not
doesn't.
saying that it's a necessary. I never
It
even
doesn't.
mentioned it
But
before that
even if
once.
there's another universe, it wouldn't be a problem. I don't understand why you're stuck with other universes here.
Well, I mean, I just want to know, like, how do you know this idea that there is another universe?
I
Because that
didn't say
implies
there,
that there
like
must.
my friend. Like we are having a huge problem here. Forget about other
Could,
universes. It doesn't even imply another universe. It might
well,
be,
can I
it might
ask you a
not
question?
be. I don't understand why you insist about other universes.
No, but the reason why, and this is why I'm saying you are trying to. The reason why is because you earlier said that those three distinct primal movers, so the second and the third one, had other worlds that were put before in
And I
motion.
said it's not necessary. You don't have to
I
think
never
like
even
that.
said it was necessary. That's not what I'm even
Yes,
saying.
and forget about the other universes, my friend.
Well, you were. That's why. That's what I'm getting to. You're implying that
Why?
idea.
It's not even implying, but it was just a
You
suggestion.
just did you hold on? Did you say that those three distinct primal
I
movers
said it.
had
I
other
take it back.
motions?
It's not important, Richard. It's not even important here. I don't understand why you insist about something. It's not important.
Well, I mean, the reason is because you're trying to do this. You're trying to
I'm
make an
He
trying
was
implication of this
to
all
idea.
speak about three prime movers, and it's not important whether one of them said, "Hey, fuck your universe that you created together. I want to create my universe." Like it's not important. Maybe that was the case. Maybe it's not the case. We don't know that. But let's
Okay,
suppose,
just let the
let's suppose
cone.
it's not the case that they only created one universe.
That the three created one universe.
Yes, three of them, they caused other things, and those other things caused other things. And at the end, we have only one universe. It's our universe.
Yeah, you can make the possibility argument. I mean, I could simply say that this idea would be false.
Why? If this is
The
false, then your
reason,
idea is also false.
well, I think like now we're getting to a conclusion of like some type of nihilistic empiricism here.
Nihilistic, really?
So, well, yeah, because we're basically both making some induction. I'm trying to make like a deductive here.
Really? Yeah, I'm
Yes.
also making a deduction. I start from three prime movers. I'm using exactly like the same arguments that you're having. You
Are
just
you a
have to apply
trivialist
the
by any
same
chance?
things.
Are you a trivialist by any chance?
No.
Okay, so why would you use the same position as I do?
Okay, just to show you that like your argument is very weak.
Well, I mean, using the same argument and then implying a new change inside of it. I mean, yeah, you could try to weaken it, but it wouldn't really do anything
What
effective.
change? Yeah, I'm changing like a. Well, it's not one. I say three, five. That doesn't matter. I even don't care about the number. But you don't have any argument that says that it must be one. There must be one prime mover. No need
Yeah,
to even
I gave
suggest
the
that the
reason why.
universe is the prime mover. Like even no need to suggest those things. Even if I accept that the universe has cause
So,
or causes, that doesn't mean like the prime mover must be one prime mover.
well, are you so you switched the position that the universe is going to be the prime mover, right?
I said there's no need to go there even like what's the
Yeah, I
problem,
mean,
man, here? I don't understand the problem here.
the only reason where I'm getting at is simply
Mhm.
that things that are in chain of motion, which as I earlier
Chain
mentioned in
of
my second
motion.
premise,
Mhm.
yeah, chain of motion. So
Yeah.
things that actualize being potentially made, these are things, of course, like we of course have an understanding in. And so the like if you say that universe itself is necessary, which I know you don't hold to, I'm not trying to assume it, you believe that there's like some sort of like infinite regression, which I've earlier explained. Like, if that's the case, that God would not exist, but the universe itself is something necessary itself. I think we could put modal
Okay,
collapse
good,
by
very
Kant
good, very
in this
good.
idea.
Like God is
But
necessary being, right?
I mean, I would say yes.
So God has the same problem then.
Why would he have the same problem?
Like for the reasons that you have. You're suggesting that if something is necessary, then it has such a problem. You're the one who's suggesting those things, my friend.
Well, but look, if saying that the universe itself is going to be necessary, are you by necessary itself, are you implying that it is going to be contingent?
Contingent, it is necessary, not contingent, right?
Well, I just want like an understanding of what you mean by necessary. Necessary, like as in condition, or like just something that
Why
is
the hell I
mind
have to
independent.
explain the terms that you are bringing on the table? What was your name? Richard. You are the one
Yes,
who first brought the word necessary on the table, and you
I
want
wasn't the
to
one. No,
you just did it.
no. You
So
earlier
what do you
said
mean by
that.
necessary? You're the one who said necessary, and you're the
No,
one
I
who said
wasn't
that.
the one.
Oh, if you don't suggest that the universe is necessary, I don't assume that. Blah blah. You just said it for the first time.
I mean, I earlier said this, yes, but when we were
So
continuing
what do
on
you
our
mean by
argument,
necessary?
yeah, but when we were continuing our argument, you were mentioning necessary.
I didn't. You just mentioned about it. What do you mean by necessary?
Well, I mean necessary as something that would be mind independent of.
So one more time. Independent of what?
Mind independent.
Mind
Mind in
independent. Okay.
Yes,
So God is mind independent, right?
correct.
So if we say the universe is necessary, that means the universe is mind dependent, independent.
No, because the
Why not?
universe doesn't have a consciousness.
Wait a second. The universe doesn't have consciousness?
No.
Okay, if it's not conscious, that doesn't mean it is mind dependent. There's no such a rule. It
Well,
doesn't follow logically.
No, you're saying that it's going to be mind independent, but I'm just like disproving this idea with critiquing that the universe isn't conscious.
Okay, like you
It's
are
something that
bringing
is
an
created.
unnecessary red herring here. You don't even realize, or you're doing it
I'm not
intentionally.
even red
It
herring
is.
here.
What is the correlation between being conscious and being necessary? There's no inner rule and there's no inner connection. Those premises, they don't follow each other.
Well, you literally are the one who's mentioning mind independency on a
You
universe.
you said
So,
that if necessarily existing something, if it exists necessarily, it's mind
mhm,
independent.
yeah,
Okay, if the universe
and you
is
said,
necessary, then the universe must be mind independent. Then you say,
yeah,
"Oh no, no,
and
no!"
I
But the
critique that
universe,
position.
that was not a critique. It's a red herring. You said, "Oh, but the universe is not
No,
conscious." Okay, yeah, it's not
yeah,
conscious. You didn't say that being conscious is a must to be a necessary being. You didn't say that.
yeah. I
And
don't think
how do you
must to be
create
a
such a rule?
necessary being. Hold on. I don't think that must to be a necessary being isn't even like a thing.
Sorry,
Say
come
being
again.
itself would imply, yeah. I wouldn't say that necessary as a necessity of a being existing itself would even be a thing. I don't think like a being could be necessary.
You
That's
don't think
really,
God is not
I.
a being?
He's not a being. No, he's a spiritual being.
It's
Two
a
distinct
spiritual
things.
being. It's a being in the end of the day.
No, it's not a being as a human
I'm
being.
sorry,
That's.
like this is the
But
part that I
hold on.
stopped. No, I'm
Since
sorry.
we have two
I'm
different
sorry.
definitions.
I'm not gonna waste my time on Richard. I'm done. That's it's enough. Like you are the I don't know like how many precepts that I discussed so far, but there's nothing
I'm
different
not
here.
presupposing
You are
anything.
presupposing that there's one God, there's one cause of the
No,
universe. That's all.
no,
You said you're a Christian, right?
no. Yes, I said I was a Christian.
Yeah, and you're presupposing that there's only one mover of the universe. That's the presupposition.
No, I'm
Yes,
structuring an argument to
you
why
are
it would be
not.
the
You
case.
are not. Like in the end of the
I
day,
just
you
did.
will butcher all your premises and you will make a lot of exceptions, special
I will
pleadings, and
butcher
you will.
my
Yep,
premises.
sure, yeah,
How?
yeah. By suggesting that, oh, what? But there's only one mover beyond the universe.
And I gave a structured argument to why.
No, you didn't. You didn't.
Okay, could you
You
explain
even
to
didn't
me?
explain like why there can't be multiple primary. You couldn't even
You
explain that
you
part.
and you started off saying that your premises were going to lead to the Christian God, and they don't. They don't lead to any specific
You
God.
change that
Do they
later
lead
on.
to?
It's okay, Woke.
I'm
No,
speaking that
Okay.
yeah.
I'm
I'm
gonna
Oh,
not
kick
I'm
you
I'm
not
like.
sorry. I
saying
must have
I'm not
missed
even
that.
it wasn't
I must
even
have
my
missed that.
idea. No, sorry. But it wasn't even my idea to like speak about the Christian God until he mentioned if I was Christian. I said yes. And so he told me if there's an argument because no, he told me that there was no good arguments. I gave an argument for motion. I'm not saying I'm trying to prove the Christian God. I'm saying that a God, a personal God or whatever God you believe in could exist, but this God itself would have some typical motion. It's would be the first motion, sorry, to move every single thing that is put in place because it can't move by itself, which philosopher sober both agreed upon, and that movement exists.
Right on. I didn't. I just. I didn't hear you step back from that Christian
No, no,
God
completely fine.
specific thing that you
Completely
made.
fine.
That's all.
But
Well,
I
you've
mean,
been
I
polite.
wasn't trying, I was in no way trying to say, hey, I'm trying to prove the Christian God. I'm simply saying that, like, if this is the case, that this argumentation is true, then there might have a God that could exist in a world where motion itself would be acted upon the first mover, which I got to the conclusion of God.
Right. Well, Phil's only thing was that hey, we could have many causes. You know, we could have a team that designs and builds universes, just like we have teams that design and build cars. You
Yeah,
know.
and so I said earlier to him that this is an implication that other universes, or if you believe in a multiverse, would certainly have an existence upon, which I see no good proof of this idea being the case.
No, you can have many causes for a single universe. You know,
Oh,
we don't
okay,
need to
okay,
bring
yeah, yeah,
we don't need to, you know, just like we have many causes for cars that run off the assembly line. It's not just one person.
yeah. Sure, you can say that if you want to. but I mean, it itself, it provides like a good reason to why a God could exist. If you believe in three gods or four gods, I mean, it wouldn't be something that I would certainly care. But when it comes down to change and acts of potentiality, we could simply provide like the idea of why this would be possible for such a God to exist, because you would be the primary mover for all things that comes to all potential actions.
Right on. Well, I think we've beat this to death enough.
Why? Why would you beat this to death? No.
Because we're at an impasse here, and all you have is a logical thought experiment, and it doesn't stand out from no cause or many causes. It really doesn't stand out.
I mean, what I'm simply saying here is that this idea of a potential thing coming to a cause that is going to be primarily God is going to be the best ideal thing. So, yeah, sure, you could say that this idea itself could be like another God that had created onto one universe, but I mean, this implication itself, you could hold to it, you cannot hold to it, or if you don't, I don't really care about this idea. I'm simply saying that this would be the case to why God exists. Which, if we're not disagreeing that motion exists, and if we're not disagreeing in both that emotion itself does not happen by itself, then it would be followed to the idea that therefore there would be some first
At the
mover
same time,
to
same
actualize something.
argument would debunk your even prime mover argument, because your
Sure, go
God
ahead.
is moving, it's in an action, and you said action necessitates another mover. Therefore, like there's no prime mover. You see, like your own argument posing an infinite regress, which you already, say it's not logical.
Yeah, I'm implying why it is not logical. The first reason why it wouldn't be logical is because potential things cannot act upon themselves. They can't actualize
Understand what does
themselves.
that
So
mean? I even don't
yeah,
understand what does
so
that mean.
so potential as something that could occur, like me having a beard or me having a hair. These things are potential to my own nature because it's going to be upon me primarily. But these things cannot happen to another human being. And so what I'm saying is that
Human being.
I'm
And
saying basically, I'm saying basically that these things that potentially happen just
and
don't simply happen by their own selves.
it doesn't happen by own self.
Yeah.
Okay, but
Or
movement
if I want
happens
to,
by
for
its own
instance,
self, right? Because
sorry?
but the motion happens by itself.
No, the motion does not happen by itself.
Oh, really? But
No.
the first mover, the prime mover, is the one who moves for the first time, right?
Correct. He's the one who's going to move every single thing in reality.
Okay, and
Yes.
he does that by moving itself also. So that then now you are having an
No.
exception here.
No, I'm not having an exception.
You
And so
are.
I
So
don't know
you're
why.
saying that the motion can exist by itself.
Yeah, I'm saying that emotion cannot exist by itself. That
And then
primarily,
you're
if it
saying
is the
that it
case that
exists by itself by saying that, oh, but there's a first mover, prime mover, it moves.
no, it doesn't move by itself.
Oh,
I
or
explained to
then
you that God is
who's
not.
moving God?
Nobody's moving God.
But it
He's
is moving.
immovable.
It is moving.
No. So you could give an argument. What is your argument that God is moving?
Okay, like if nothing is changing, so you said change, right? You were speaking about change here. So if there is no
Yes.
change, oh, sorry, that was another thing here.
See how many battery I have?
Let me
10%.
turn this off. This is the one. Okay. So you said change exists. And I see change exists in God also, in your God. Your God keeps doing things. Like there's change. Change exists in your God. So you said whatever in motion, I mean change. Change is also a motion. So your God is changing. So that means there is motion in your God. Okay. So that, and your second premise is saying here that, oh, then it must be put in motion by another. You see?
The movement itself, which is going to be temporal, is going to have another movement. Yes.
What? Come again.
Things that are going to be existing are going to be moved by something else.
Things are going to move by
Something
either
else. It's going to be
I'm
reliant.
so dumb here.
I'll explain. Here. I'll explain. So I rely on my parents because I come from my parents. Without my parents, I am not born.
Yeah.
That's how I know I potentially came out of my parents.
So
That's an
what?
example.
So
So
what?
then, so then, if this is the case, that things that potentially occur, like my mother giving birth to me, or my mother not giving birth to me, or some other parent giving birth, then these things are going to be reliant upon the previous thing that made something
I don't
actualize, which
understand
is
why
going
you're
to be me
talking
being
about
born.
this. We were not even speaking about this. That's why I'm saying, like, either I'm so dumb or there's something going on so weird here. We were not talking about those things. We are talking
Well,
about
you just wanted.
the first mover, the first mover.
Mhm.
So, are you suggesting that just because there's motion in the first mover, that's a potential too? So that
No, I'm
means
not. No. I'm not saying there's a motion in the first mover. I'm
I'm
saying
saying
that.
that, but your
I know you're
your
saying that.
belief is suggesting that there's a change in your God in a way. Like without change, I cannot even imagine anything that's happening.
But that's not what I'm saying. That's
I
the
don't care
problem.
what you're not saying, but this is what your belief
But then you're
implies.
not
So
contesting with my argument.
how
You are assuming.
if the first mover is not moving, how it can cause anything?
Sorry, I
If
didn't understand.
if the first mover is not moving by itself, how it's
Hmm.
moving other things? Can you move something without moving anything?
No. If you're something that is, of course, immovable in reality, no, you can't move something else. I would agree.
Okay, so then to be able to
But
move something like the cause must also move, right?
yeah, the
So
cause must
the
also move
first
something
cause
else.
must move.
But yeah, the cause.
Okay,
If
the
it's
first
the case
cause
that
must
you.
move. The first
But
cause must
hold
move,
on.
but then you said it
Wait.
must be put into motion by another.
Yeah, but here, I don't want to waste your breath on this. So if you posit the position of that a cause itself is going to be also the thing that is going to be put in motion, then that's where the third premise is contests with this idea that you now believe in an infinite regress. So saying that now God is movable
Okay,
now
then why do you
has an
need a
infinite
God?
regression.
Then you believe that
I don't believe
the
that.
first thing that exists can move itself. That's what you suggest here with the third
I
premise
am not
here.
suggesting what?
You
I'm not
are
suggesting
suggesting
that.
that, like
Can
you
I
said those
explain? Can I
premises.
explain again,
I don't
please?
think that it's necessary right now. You're suggesting that, hey, wait, we should stop, like by creating an exception here. Well, what is the exception here? Oh, the first mover must move by itself. This is the exception here. I say, okay, man, no problem, no
I'm
problem.
not saying that a first mover must move by itself. No.
What the hell you were saying?
What I'm saying is that things that potentially occur would be reliant upon something else.
Yeah,
I don't
that
know where you
we don't
got
have
this
any
idea.
problem with that. Well, why the hell you skip
Sure.
to next things that will happen? So let's go to prime mover. That's all we are talking about, right? So what about the
Yeah.
prime mover? So I was asking you, hey, to be able to move something, you need to move. So without
Mm-hmm.
moving yourself, you can't move another thing. So then
Uh-huh.
we should suggest that the first mover must move.
And I'm saying that if that is the case, then you posit that you believe now in an infinite regression because now God needs to be moved by something else.
That's what you see. You see the problem. So this is the
Well,
problem that you are
I,
creating, not me.
it's not a
But wait
problem
a
to
second.
me.
Wait a
It's a problem
second.
to your
No,
idea.
it's not. It's not to me. It is the one you create this problem, and it's the one you try to solve it in a very unfair way by suggesting, wait, the universe cannot be that thing itself. Why? Oh no, no, it cannot be. Forget about every premises that I brought. It cannot be. Like this is what you're doing. Then explain to me
The
why the
reason
universe cannot be the first mover moving itself. Why it cannot be the
well,
case?
no, so look, the reason itself why the first mover cannot move itself is that we are getting to the conclusion of the idea that this is going to be the primal mover. There's no mover before or after him. It's only going to be
There's no
the him
mover.
alone.
Okay, the universe is alone. There's nothing before universe, and it's the one that moving. It's the the first mover. Is there any problem with that?
Well, I would say no. Analytically, that would be false,
Why?
since we understand that. Yeah, we understand that there is an universe expanding, and if this clock was to be rewinded, we would get to a first beginning.
First
So that would
beginning?
be analytically false.
Or
Yeah, if we were to
no,
rewind time,
it doesn't cause anything, any problem. You
of
already
course it
believe
does.
that.
Because
No,
what do you believe?
no.
Do you believe in expansion?
You believe that the prime mover is moving things. That's what you believe. So if the universe is
I
the
believe in
prime
what?
mover,
Sorry.
you believe that the prime mover is moving things, right?
Yes, he will be the first
Okay.
mover.
The first mover is moving things. So that means he's moving also. To be able to
Well,
move something,
the
he
reason
must
why I would
move.
contest,
But anyway, he must move. Okay, the
the
first
reason why I would
mover, when
contest
we
it.
accept that it's the universe, it's also moving. Why we have a problem now? Your first mover can move, but the universe cannot move.
No. The reason I'm even contesting this idea that if it's the case that God also is in motion, then this implies that now he's going to have something moving before him, which we're saying that
But you accept that
God
God
himself is going
must
to be the
move.
prime mover. I'm not saying that God must move. No,
So
I'm saying
how
that
he
God is
can create
going to be.
motion if he's not moving? Like, to be able to move something, you have to move.
Yeah, so creating his motion, of course, is going to be by, of course, his own will.
What?
Is going to be his own will of creation to put things in being, like
What the
motion,
hell you're
reality.
saying, man?
I'm saying that God is not something that is affected by time, space, and matter.
Okay, no problem. Singularity is not also
And so
affected by any time, any space.
the universe is not affected by time, space, and matter.
Sure, it's not. Like, there is like space
Wait,
time inside the
this is
universe.
completely false. No, this would be
Oh,
false because
why? Like, do you suggest
the
that there
reason
is space and time outside of the universe?
the reason why is
Are
because
you
universes
suggesting
are
that there is time and space beyond the universe?
no, I'm not
Okay,
saying that
then
there is
no, what's
time
the
and space
problem? Then
beyond the
what's the problem?
universe.
So God is not inside space and time. It's okay. And the universe is not also inside time and space. So we don't have a problem.
But the reason why it would be not the case is because we see that universes are dying.
Universe is
Like,
dying.
yeah, universes are dying. Do you know the supernova? Like, it just died.
Supernova.
Do you want to
Man,
look
like,
up in Google?
maybe you should fucking look up Google. Like, well, what the hell supernova you're talking about?
Supernova that just happened. It dates like so long. It was like
Super. What
something that was recorded by NASA.
Do you know what does it mean supernova?
Yeah, something
Okay.
that combines is
What?
something that combines and have an explosion, or like a Milky Way.
Milky Way.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's like
my friend. Like,
the
this
meaning
is
of
the
it.
time I stop our conversation. But thanks for joining. Thanks for joining. It
It
was
was
not
a
very
it was a
nice.
great conversation, brother.
That was not very nice for me. But anyway, it was okay. It was more okay than many of the conversations that I have. Thanks for joining.
Thanks for
Yeah, I hope he looks up what does it mean supernova on the internet. So anyway, I should take some rest. Yeah, so Equinox. That was funny. I mean, an explosion of a galaxy.
Yeah, that's not how that works.
Uh, if he said that in the first place, I would keep my energy. I could keep my energy, but anyway, I mean, it's better than the silence. So, but he was polite. He was nice. He was kind. That's more important than other things. But yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, he was.
let's jump, folk.
Yep.
Let's jump and let's see. Can we get other people or not? Oh, Kelly, it was a little bit tough. But yeah, sometimes it's hard. Like that's the problem that I keep mentioning to people. It's hard to evaluate some people because if you're less intelligent, let's say, then to you, it might be two cases. Either, yes, you're less intelligent, that's why you don't understand, or the person is not more intelligent and he's just bullshitting or speaking in a very ambiguous way. Maybe that's why you don't understand. But it is agnosticism. I mean, you have to deal with a lot. Still, there's no promise that you will catch what's going on. Sometimes I end up with, okay, maybe I was not intelligent enough. So, but sure, this is not about his intelligence. But if someone doesn't know what is a supernova and keeps speaking about the universe, no, I'm not gonna waste my time. So that's the link, new link, people. You can join with the link. And please, if you join, please raise your hand to get a mic. That's how we do. Okay, we have Ali. Hey, Ali, you have the mic. You already had the mic, but anyway. So you can speak up.
Hi, sir.
Hey, man, welcome.
Thank you.
Anyway.
What's going?
So it's okay, man. Like we had speakers today. I'm happy. Especially this is Tuesday, and I was not expecting many people. We didn't have many, but we had good ones. So, Ali, I hope you know the topic here.
Yes, I have seen.
You have seen the topic. That's good. So, are you a believer?
Yeah.
Okay, which God you believe in?
Sorry, come again.
Which God do you believe in?
Definitely, Allah.
Oh, you're a Muslim still? Ramadan, I believe.
Yes.
Happy
Very much.
Ramadan.
Thank you for it.
So, yeah, we discussed God's existence. I'm an atheist who doesn't believe a God exists. So,
Yeah, it's okay. In the world, there are many people. They are living.
Ali, your audio
They are
is
believe different religious.
Ali, your audio is not very good for me. I don't understand
Oh my God,
exactly
why?
what you're saying. Do you get
No,
why?
I want to say. I want to say. So many people they are living in the earth, so they believe different religious. So, yeah.
Sorry, man, I don't understand what you're saying. Oh, by the way, Vogue, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Did you know that there are these options?
What options?
When you click on my...
I'm not seeing you live.
Oh, no, you don't have to see the live. Just click on my profile on the screen.
Okay. I see the notepad up.
So did you know that you can open and,
And the options. Okay, yeah,
yeah,
I see them.
and the other one is the whiteboard that you can draw things even together.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, for example, vote.
Awesome.
And you can type things too.
Right on.
Um,
Cool.
yeah, it's very helpful. I mean, I was using it before YouTube.
So
Somehow, I don't know why I stopped using. But when my English is not enough, maybe that was why. But still, it's not enough sometimes. Maybe I should use it again.
yeah, no, this is handy.
Yeah, it's very. So, and I believe that those notes are not disappearing immediately. So that's
No,
why
they
useful.
are they sticking from room to room?
Yeah, I think, if I'm not wrong.
Okay.
Let's see. Phantom did type something else? No. Oh, yeah. And, I cannot type. But if it's the whiteboard, you guys can type.
Oh, cool.
So anyway, so that's it. That's a good one. Anyway, people on YouTube, you can use the link. And yeah, we are rolling for nearly 2 hours. We had two nice Christian people from YouTube. And I hope we can have more other people today. And yeah, if you have questions, if you want to highlight your messages, or when the mics are busy, if you want to get a mic, or if you just want to support the channel, super chats do the job. And sure, you can be a member also. We will keep, but we will need speakers here. So we have Hussein. Hey, Hussein. Hussein, hello.
Hi,
Hi.
how are you?
I'm okay. How about you?
I'm fine. Good.
So, did you see the topic of this room?
Sorry?
The topic of the room.
S-
Nope.
Topic good existing this room.
Yeah.
Sorry. Uh,
Okay, Hussein. You gonna make a sentence?
yeah, I can.
Okay, good.
But
So, are you a believer? Do you believe in God? Hussein, I'm gonna give the mic to other person. I just did.
sir, can you explain what the topic?
No, I'm sorry, but just keep listening. Maybe you'll understand, okay? And then you can raise your hand. Then maybe you can get the mic one more time, okay? So, Abhishek, are you a believer? Abhishek Kumar, you should self to speak.
Yeah, yeah. Hello, hello.
Hello, welcome.
Hi.
Hi, what about you? Do you see the topic of the room?
Oh, so a topic is room.
The topic of this room.
This room.
This room, yeah.
Okay.
The one that you're inside right now.
Okay, okay. So
Sorry for my bad English.
no. I'm also learning English because my English also is not good.
Okay, but are you capable enough to have a discussion about God's existence?
Uh, yeah.
Good. So, are you a believer?
Uh, can you tell me what is the meaning of believer?
I'm sorry, Abhishek. We cannot have the discussion if you will ask me what do you mean by believer.
Yeah.
So either my English is not good for you or we have other problems, but doesn't matter what's the problem. That means we cannot have the conversation. So maybe you can learn some things while we're speaking with Blake. Hey, Blake, you have the mic, Blake, right now.
I can hear just testing my
Oh, you're breaking.
how the
It's breaking. Are you using a noise cancellation?
I don't believe so. Give me a moment.
It's breaking a lot.
I'll connect this more.
Oh, hello, Tom. Welcome. Okay,
Can you hear me now?
So it's better.
Excellent.
It was a noise cancellation?
I believe so, or echo.
Okay. So, Blake, you jumped from YouTube?
I did see you on YouTube. I'm not familiar with your channel. I
Okay,
heard you are atheist.
that's true.
And I'm at work, so I might have to jump at any point here.
That's okay, no problem. We can
Sure.
just meet also. But
Sure.
I hope you're not another atheist.
I am not. I was in a past life. I am not. No.
Okay. That's mostly better. I mean, someone who knows atheism, I assume. And it's good to have a chat or discussion with the people who understands at least about atheistic arguments or replies or whatever. So, which God you started to believe?
I grew up as a Lutheran, so the triune God of Abraham. And then obviously I fell into kind of a very highly empirical atheist agnostic mindset for many, many years. And then back into that formal kind of that Greco-rationalized early Paul triune God of Abraham, the Christian God.
Okay, Christian God. Okay. So, what made you believe in that God?
In particular, speaking with an atheist, I think it might be a lot more effective to just prove or rationally suggest that there is a deity, period. Trying to work from 0 to 100 that, oh, this specific God with these specific characteristics are the God I need you or want you or consider you to rationally believe in. That might be a little difficult. Do you have any, so you're purely atheist, any deity or God is completely empirically out of the question for you, right?
Well, here's the thing. I'm an agnostic atheist. I'm okay. I'm open to different kind of gods or multiple gods. The reason I don't believe so far, I don't have the good evidence to believe. Yeah, that's the case. So, but when it appears, if it appears in the future, that means I'm going to become a believer. So, but right now I
Sure,
don't see such a good evidence.
sure. Yeah, one of the difficulties is working with any empirical logic or empirical. I'm sorry, there's an echo on my end here. Let me see if I can reduce
Uh,
that.
well, let me try to also fix something. Maybe I had the echo all the time. Maybe
I don't
people
hear
didn't
any
go.
echo at all.
Oh, from my side, you don't hear?
I don't hear any from either of you.
Oh, okay, okay.
I think I have playback on my. I think this setting works better. Am I choppy?
Oh, yeah, very choppy.
Oh goodness.
Oh, wait a second, Blake. So, do you see the settings icon here? Do you see the chat box also?
Close
I can try to help Blake. There's an option here which helps echo. Are you
Yeah, I
there,
can hear every little
Blake?
sounds. How is this? Can you hear me?
Yeah, Blake. I keep hearing you, but there's something that might be helpful.
Sure.
So,
Let's
do you
see
see
here.
the settings button on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, go there. There's device settings, and you will find echo cancellation.
I did see that. What helped was in sound settings, my voice off, so I was getting playback. But I can pay attention much more now. So we were talking about you're atheist, you're agnostic, and the idea that you're open to a working empirically proved deity or God, or gods possibly. Is that your stance currently?
You can say that.
Your belief? Okay. Well, what would you like to talk about? I don't know. This is your channel.
Yeah, but I mostly ask people why they believe a God exists. So that's all we talk.
Sure. So I guess mine is I have that very early Greco-rational Aristotelian Plato idea of a God, that there is a non-temporal God. There is, from our standpoint, we would call that eternal. But for time or time space to arise would definitely require a greater manifold, talking kind of in that physical sense, that there is, whether it's a person or mechanism, outside of our temporal existence, space time, physicality that something would have needed to arise. So from that rational school of thought, without any evidence, we can argue that there is a greater existence that is it's experiential for humans or mammals or anything physical in the sense.
Okay, Blake, can you please correct me, because so far you just explained what you believe in. You didn't explain to me why do you believe in that.
Why do I believe in that? The rational sense is that here's kind of an Augustine argument for the Christian God, I guess, that we are not created and experiencing immense, maximal and chronic amounts of pain 24/7. We are not all suffering the highest degree of kidney stone-like pain 24/7. So this existence or this God period that I would consider is, at least we can cross off, not evil or not malicious. We would
wait
be
a
created
second.
to.
But do you say that the problem is we are not suffering in the extreme level, like 724? Doesn't follow that there must be a God.
No, okay. So that, I guess I'm going back to kind of this Greco-rational idea that there is something non-temporal and something must be, something must come about to create this temporal physical existence that we have. And so why I believe in a God is that it is a very intelligent design. I think I can offer you or your own counter argument that there are many types of physical existences and stuff that we don't understand physically about our universe, and that there's a survival bias where in this bubble of existence we have the perfect quantum and physical laws that physical existence comes about, but that also implies we don't know kind of the manifold of space and time where that came from. So it logically, rationally, from that Greco school of thought, that something must have arisen from something even greater, non-temporal.
So, but what about your atheistic times? Like, do you remember that there's a logical mistake called creating arguments from ignorance?
Certainly. I think using strictly empirical logic can be difficult. However, there's really nothing that can be, I'm sure you are very keen to the idea that nothing can really be proven. Your existence and your observation is
that's something
subjective.
else. That's something else. But like we could have the same level of skepticism about God's existence. For example, I could say I also don't understand the way that God works, the way that you don't understand how exactly the universe is working. So we are on the same page, right? So like then therefore there must be something else explaining God's existence. Wouldn't be following, at least according to your belief, because you believe that there's nothing prior to God, but your argument was I don't understand how universe works, therefore someone did it is an assumption, and I say it doesn't follow logically. But we could apply the same thing for the God. I don't understand how your God works, then therefore someone caused your God, which is not acceptable for you.
Can you redefine? I guess redefine the logic breakdown that you're suggesting that I'm having. So
you started speaking about you don't understand where the universe come from or how it works.
We can rationally surmise where it must have come from, but not the mechanisms or the intent, or if there was intent. Okay, purely from a rational school of thought, an old Aristotelian school of thought.
What is the rationality about the claim? Right now you're making a claim. So can you show me the rationality here? Because, yeah, the universe exists, therefore it must come from somewhere else, is the assumption here. And what is the justification for the claim?
So we have the rational argument is that we have a physical existence and we don't have evidence. We actually have evidence on the contrary that something cannot come about from nothing.
Come from nothing. Okay.
Whether that's virtual particles, there is an entire quantum field manifold at all points in space, at all points in time. And so something must have aroused this. Something must have, whether that's personal, something with personality or without, something deeper outside of that plane of our, like I said, of our physical existence, of our temporal existence. You talked about how, I believe that there is a God prior to all this existence. I don't think priority actually exists in this non-temporal realm. There is no time. There is no eternity is kind of a sense that we would describe it.
Okay. So if you were a being outside of the universe, like now what? Like you are in time or out of time?
You are not in or out of time. There is no time. There is no like frame of reference to time.
But why you don't think about the universe in the same way? I mean, just because there's time inside, or the notion of time inside of the universe, that doesn't mean universe is inside of a time. I mean, if you were outside of the universe, you and the universe would be something very similar. I mean, at least in the same, let's say, dimension. And you're suggesting that there's no time there. That's okay, no problem. I can digest that also. But in a sense, universe is also atemporal. Like there's no time for universe. There's only time inside the universe.
So I guess what I'm saying, I don't understand the argument. So you are arguing that outside of the universe there is no time. That's what I suggested. And
okay, let's suppose this is
digest that
universe, and this is you.
Let me make sure I'm following. I can find
you should click on my profile to see what I'm drawing. Now. Sorry for my childish drawings.
No.
Okay, so the time is here, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's inside. And here, like here, there is no time, right? Outside. So you and the universe, in a sense, similar. Timeless. Time only exists inside the universe. So, and when we, like, let's suppose this is not you, it's God. God and the universe are timeless. And, okay, if something is timeless, what we can assume, like, can we assume that it always exists? Or you were speaking about, like, if something exists, it must come from somewhere. It cannot come from nothing. Okay.
So you're arguing that God, since okay, let's just assume the Christian God, my Christian God, that because he is non-temporal, he is eternal, that his creation would also have to be, I guess, what a Christian would call begotten. Always have come about, created, but always have been about and always eternal, just as God. Is that what?
Like we can suggest that, right? If like
universe, so this contained creation, this contained universe he constructed because God is eternal, that he's non-temporal, that his creation is also non-temporal, but what we experience within it is temporal.
We don't even have to say his creation. We can exclude God here. The universe might be a non-temporal being that only has time in itself, but there's no time beyond that being. Like God, like a God, but not God.
And I want to make sure kind of what we understand and what we know in the standard model. I don't know how deep you are with physics and such, but the inseparation of vector and time, that they're both what we call a manifold, and of the many folds of our existence. So we have space, expansion, and then time and vector are closely related, and our constant speed of light, that there is no more. You essentially hit a wall of how much time you can expend. So I want to make sure when we talk about non-temporal that it also marries what we understand so far empirically of time and space. From what we understand, they're two very different things on the number, but from a greater plane, how we understand from a higher dimension, what a lot of physicists are suggesting is that it is actually one giant component, and we're seeing two slivers from a lower dimension. So, obviously the faster we move, the slower time occurs, or what have you, and vice versa. So I guess I want to be very careful that non-temporal also means that completely divorced from dimension as well. And so I just want to refine the argument here.
Yeah, we can say the universe is not inside a dimension.
Mm-hmm. So I'll call your horizontal, your vertical lines that time space manifold, whatever it is that we don't understand.
It's just like inside the universe, as you see, and there's nothing like that outside of this realm. And like your God exists in a way that we don't understand, but there's no time inside your God. Even there's no time outside of your God. That's why your God is non-temporal. And since there's no time beyond the universe is also non-temporal. It only has time in itself.
I guess what the question that we would need to ask together, and I don't want to, like I said, I'm not here to prove my triune God to you. I think a baby step would be to, okay, is there any intelligence in this, or is there any intent? What we have immense empirical evidence and rational evidence that we don't seem to be able to create something from nothing. Something cannot come about from nothing.
Okay,
and so I guess we would.
Then what caused God?
There is no causal effect outside of causation. Is a very experiential thing. It's a very universal thing that's related to time and space.
But we already
causation specifically is vector time and movement.
Yeah, but we already show the case that the universe is not inside of a time. So here's the thing: when God created the universe, there was time or not?
What my argument would be, God did create time space.
Okay,
a manifold of time space.
But that also can be translated as there was no time when God created the universe. God created the universe, then the Big Bang happened, then time started existing inside the universe. But the creation of the universe didn't require the existence of time. It's just a result. It's just something that came later on. So
I would push back a little bit on your idea of that there was no time and then there was time. I think the idea that time was paused until God created a time space manifold, an actual piece of existence or physical existence that I would say I exist in. I wouldn't say that there was no time. I would say that kind of implies things were paused, or that something needed to come about, or physical vectors needed to start moving for a rational idea of time. I'm saying it's a very physical, a very physical manifold, a very physical process that we dimensionally can't really understand. Just physically, that's a very love piece for me. Is that
also don't understand
physics in general.
Yeah, we don't understand how universe exists or works exactly. But the same goes with God. We don't know how God exists, how God works exactly. So we have two unknowns. But in my worldview, one of them is unnecessary because it is just pushing one problem that we have here about the universe beyond. And we want to explain that something which is another unknown.
I guess, there is no empirical argument for God. There is no empirical argument for what preceded, if the Big Bang, I guess, is still a preceding theory in a minority of physicists. That we can't experience, or we can't observe observational data prior to that point, because this time space condensed into a fine point where there is no. So I guess we're both kind of stuck empirically and rationally there. We can see there is an expanse or an expanding of the universe, and prior to that there is no temporal lens before that point. So 14.8 billion years ago, I guess. There is no temporal lens before that gate too as well. So we can argue both our empirical observation of the world and science in general is also finite and temporal. We can't learn what happened before the Big Bang. We can theorize that this last universe condensed into a, basically
Okay.
a single point and expanded. So it's not that. It's a very strange paradox that empirical and rational science and observations don't. There's a cutoff.
Yeah, but the problem is, then how did you jump in that unknown situation? You said like empirically we're stuck, rationally we're stuck, but somehow you're not. You jumped out of this universe.
I guess in that direction, if you want to think temporally about things and proceed, we need to rationally kind of seek above, like what is not like for guidance or anything like that. We need to kind of seek above this manifold, this time-space manifold. What could have come about that wasn't time-space manifold? We can suggest that time and space, that our physical existence, the conservation of thermodynamics, this has always existed. This has always been eternal. The same amount of energy has existed all the time, but we don't have. There's no rational explanation for that necessarily. There's no, from everything we can understand empirically, there is nothing that can come about from something, and something cannot come about from nothing. Either or, nothing could be destroyed, nothing can be created. So I guess there's the idea that in a temporal world full of prior and future, that everything has and always will exist. Yet there's time, and so there's no comeuppance of time. There's no comeuppance of space. So I think we would both need to, from either camp, would need to seriously generate some kind of argument for that.
But there's a huge difference here, Blake.
Mm-hmm.
So I already accepted I'm an agnostic about the universe also, not only God, about the universe also. I don't know how universe exists. I don't know whether is there anything beyond the universe, or let's say cause of the universe. Maybe there's no cause of the universe. But logically we can say either there is at least one cause or not. And what is the answer? I don't know the answer. So I'm stuck at least in the universe, which is we observe the universe. At least we don't question the existence of the universe. I hope.
There's a beautiful thing we can agree on, and that's
good.
We're both experiencing, we're both observing right now.
Yeah, but some people find that as a escape door, and they start discussing about the absolute reality, which is irrelevant here. But anyway, so since we agree that we don't have any problem with the existence of the universe, yes, the questions about the universe, we have a lot of questions that we don't have good answers. But without answering those questions, you say, wait a second, I can give answers to those questions. Okay, how you do that? Oh, if we create a cause for the universe, then all those questions are answered. Like someone who is enough powerful and intelligent created those things. Okay, but kind of you solved the problem, but now you created another problem, because the same questions will be asked for that thing right now. Where the God came from.
You're talking about kind of the mechanism of how things came about through God. Is that what? So now
we have the problem how God came into be.
So I guess I think what I do is we can muster and we can digest the idea that even our physical universe could be eternal, could be infinite. The conservation of thermodynamics can't predict non-existence. I guess empirically that would
there are many
the
scientists they're suggesting that. I mean, they're not certain, but they assume at least that kind of makes sense. Like if energy cannot be created or destroyed, maybe energy always exists. That's what they imply. I mean, they don't do it, but they imply that.
Certainly, yeah. There's a very large camp that kind of has we live in a very temporal existence, but that temporal has no beginning and end. The entire manifold. I know it was the fellow that coined string theory that I think is his camp, and it's not that it's it's instrumental to either of our arguments. There's quite a bit of challenge there, and then I guess the idea is that if we can stomach and digest the idea that our temporal world can be eternal, can be, no start to no end, no prior, no end future, that a higher being or a higher mechanism, you're agnostic, it doesn't have to have, this God doesn't have to have a personality necessarily, or doesn't have to be a person at the very bare minimum. That it can also be non-temporal, can always have existed. It seems Occam Razor is that this complex set of mathematics that we have is eternal, or something existing outside of that temporally, a very pure, absolute, defined object. I can give the Christian defined pure object of that, that created that non-temporally, would be just as digestible, just as, like you said, what created God? Well, that's a frustrating question, sure, but what created physicality? What created time space, the entire manifold that we exist in? So it's not a challenging question if I can stomach that this complex existence that we have, that a much simpler, purely defined, God, I guess the God that I have is all love. It's all defined as just, relationship, all these very pure virtues, etc. Much simpler than all the mathematics that we have that formulate, quantum packets and our time space manifold, and the relationship between mass and energy and the conservation of thermodynamics. That's a very complex set of equations, whereas this all non-powerful, ill-defined, but Occam's razors would suggest that it is, I am who I am, is the response to Abraham, is a very whole, substantial object that really doesn't need to be defined. That's non-temporal, doesn't have an a beginning or an end itself. I would suggest that the idea that, okay, what created God, isn't a very challenging question, because it's easy to digest that even if there was no God and that we have always existed in this universe, itself, that thermodynamics itself suggests that we've always existed and always will. It's not really a question to dig deep at. Do you understand? I don't want to get too wordy on this. I don't
exactly like when people keep repeating things and they make a long speech, I lose them. I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, I apologize.
This is my problem. But like you spoke about like Occam's razor, like I don't know, like if I get to use it, I would suggest the universe is the only thing that exists. The universe is uncreated. It exists always. That's a simpler explanation.
I would push back a little bit, because I love science. I believe science is the observation of my God's creation. I believe our causal light cone is 14.8 billion light years that we can observe, and then we have some redshifted data we can observe from outside of that. It just really, we have evidence on the contrary, that nothing can come about from something, because we cannot destroy energy, and something cannot come about from nothing.
Okay, but if
so
the
now we need to get
exists,
rational. We kind of need to get.
Yeah, but I don't see any problem here. If the universe always exists, that doesn't mean universe came from nothing.
Has the universe always existed?
Like as we already mentioned, like scientists are implying that.
That isn't necessarily a popular camp.
I believe it's becoming popular nowadays.
Who is this?
Let me
so
check.
Steinfelder is a champion of kind of what you're talking about, kind of that.
Roger Penrose is one.
Penrose, yep. I love Penrose. Yeah, I guess I would push back, because Penrose himself, the Penrose equation suggests, and then the Hawking radiation equation, which suggests that our universe will basically separate into bubble causal light cones, and each one of them will basically gas out black holes itself. All energy will condense or separate into light causal zones to basically a single finite point. And to suggest that that might be another Big Bang or a smaller Big Bang or kind of an infinite universal creation beyond that, there's just not necessarily any evidence that anything would occur after that. I would call it the heat death of the universe, where everything is condensed into a single finite coordinate. Hawking radiation, we can treat black holes as finite particles. We can define them as spin, diameter, energy, charge. Hawking radiation does predict that those will basically gas out into nothing. There will be no matter left that's has no, like, what was the this is actually Robert Penrose, that there's no. I want to make sure you can take control of the narrative here. This is your channel. I don't want to get too off into the weeds, but
it's not about that. But like I found like it's keep saying Roger Penrose, and it even says Stephen Hawking. You're speaking about the Hawking radiation, but he suggests that there might be no first moment. So that's a very different type of universe that he suggests.
It's very curious how there's no first moment, but we can define a causal end to our existence. I mean, it's predicted that there's causal end of our existence.
That doesn't suggest that there's a cause for the existence of the universe. And Shan Carl, Alan Good. What else? Okay, I don't see many names here. But yeah, like some of them are suggesting.
So what empirically can we observe that something has always been about, but can go away?
I don't know. Like we should ask that to Stephen Hawking, but he's not here anymore. Or maybe we should study him. So Keanu's Healy says that any god of the gaps place you try to hide your god into could hide trillions of gods simultaneously. Is a statement coming from Okeanos Helios with a super chat. Thank you, Okeanos. Do you want to say anything about that, Blake?
Was the quote about humans in the human existence creating gods to fill in the gaps, or this?
Yeah, he's implying that this is kind of a god of the gaps fallacy.
To replace the unknown with God.
Or replace the unknown, yeah.
Well, I'll challenge the idea of a trillion or infinite amount of gods. I mean, it's either going to be one end of the extreme with Occam's razor, this idea of God, if one exists, it's going to be on either extreme end of the scale, I believe. It's either going to be one, or it's going to be infinite, or it's going to be inquantifiable. But yeah, I definitely acknowledge that replacing the unknown, replacing simply what probably our primate brains can't really comprehend with God is a genuine pushback, certainly.
Yeah, because we could replace the unknown with the same unknown also. Like we could suggest that the cause of the universe is similar to universe. It's not a god. It's not your god. It could be something similar to universe also. But then you're suggesting, oh wait, we should stop. We cannot go infinitely. And I say, okay, then let's go to the beginning. If you want to accept an unknown, we already had the best candidate, which is the universe. Yeah, there are unknowns, but if you don't want to cause another unknown or infinite chain of unknowns, then okay, just have the universe. Let's accept the universe with the unknowns. I'm happy that I don't know many things about the universe.
Well, that's the idea of God too. There is, through the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament Bible, is that we have revelations of God. We don't really necessarily understand God's nature in his entirety. To Christians, it's the revealed nature of God is triune. That was, revolutionary to early Christians, or to earlier Christians. So I guess it's not that the unknown, or the digestion of not understanding the unknown is an argument. It's just that we cannot prove anything empirically, that we're just going to have to get rational. We're going to get it kind of Aristotelian. And that's kind
I
of where I
don't
walked
believe
back
that
with.
it's rational to assume something, then claiming that, hey, that this is an assumption, we have evidence. When we look at the evidence itself, it also begs the question, which is, now your religion has a lot of answers, but how can we say they are true?
Can you give me an example?
Like, your religion suggests that there's only one cause of the universe, and there's nothing beyond that cause. Okay, now we call it God. This is an answer, and it kind of follows your assumption without even religion. So somehow you made the same assumption that there must be one cause of the universe, and that's so. And now your religion gives the same answer. Okay, how do we know that this answer is true?
I would say I'd be careful with using, again, cause, or causation. That's a very physical term. It's a very thermodynamic term.
Okay, but we agree that your God created, your God caused the universe.
Yes.
And it's not important in which way. I mean, I'm not that, very interested about the meaning of the cause, because God created the universe. God caused the universe. I think we agree on that.
Here's what I can get very wordy. I'm at work. Would you like to pose any questions to me? Or challenge, I guess. I believe in the triune God of Abraham. I believe I'm I'm not Catholic, but consider me Catholic.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Phil. Phil, do you have any questions?
Good.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay, man.
So you say God's good. Do you think he could create a world without bone cancer in it?
God did create a world without bone cancer.
Exodus 4:11 has him taking credit for birth defects. It's a real short one. Then the Lord said to him, "Who gives speech to mortals? Who makes them mute or deaf, seeing or blind? Is it not I, the Lord?" I mean, are you really sure about this God?
Making a God mute or deaf?
No,
I'm sorry. Making his creation mute or deaf.
Yeah, I mean,
Exodus.
why couldn't he have created a planet where 100,000 people a year don't die from natural disasters? I mean, it seems like the universe is kind of fine-tuned to want to kill us, looking at all the extinction events we've had. That's all.
So this is post-fall. So God did, in the Hebrew Bible, did create a perfect world with perfect creations. How we define perfect is the ability to fall. So we can dive into what goodness is and what justice is in Exodus, to make mute or to make speech or to make mute is,
or seeing or blind. It's pretty obvious from what the words say that he's taking credit. And I also question how good he is when he does things like have 10 of David's wives abused publicly for what David did with Bathsheba. And I definitely have an issue with eternal hell. I mean, that's not justice. That's just flat out punitive, unnecessary suffering. This place Jesus talks about where most people go, where
Gehenna,
they will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. I mean, that's not a good God, in my opinion.
Yeah, I guess both the rabbinic and the Christian, I won't say Christian Judeo, the Christian sense and the new modern age rabbinic sense is Gehenna. The idea of hell isn't quite necessarily like Hebrew Bible. The idea is that spiritual beings, you and I would consider you spiritual being, as we cast ourselves into this non-existence or this separation of God. And obviously, the Hebrew Bible uses very poignant poetic language that punishment, that it's not necessarily God. God didn't create hell. God didn't send us to hell. He rejected.
God, excuse me, the Bible does say plainly that God created hell for the devil and his angels. He's just going to throw humankind there at the end, at least according to Revelation.
The idea is that God's spiritual beings are creation. If they reject him, or if they don't have that repentant, sinful nature, or one that can't atone in the Hebrew Bible.
Okay, since there's no coming back from hell, since there's no coming back from it, why have it at all? Why not just poof people out of existence? Why the weeping and gnashing of teeth?
I want to talk to your original point, the idea that we are sent there as some judicial punishment, that it's just the simple fact that we rejected God's presence or were unable to be in God's presence, and that there is only one other temporal place to go, and that would be hell. How it's defined, what we define it as, a lot of the old Hebrew Bible doesn't talk about a hell. It doesn't talk about there is existence in eternity with God, or there is not. So the idea that the gnashing of teeth is that there is a spiritual sorrowful place. You can pick it up out of the poetic interpretation of what hell is defined as separation from God. And that can be the idea of gnashing of teeth just means angst. It's not a whipping of your teeth. It means a state of angst.
We're talking about hell, getting thrown into hell and having all that thrown into a lake of fire, where the smoke of everyone's torment will rise in his presence forever, according to Revelation.
And what might that poetically mean to you? Because gnashing of teeth isn't some physical pain or physical punishment. Gnashing of teeth in the old Greek in that time just meant angst or anxiety.
It sounds like eternal smoky torment to me, is what it sounds like. And you know what? Like I said, there's no coming back from it. It's pointless,
correct,
needless suffering. That is not justice. That is just punishing someone forever with and not producing any corrective action or providing any correction whatsoever.
Okay? The idea is
that's what real justice is.
The idea in that through Christ or through the Hebrew Bible, you can see the atonement, that hell is the rejection of God. It is you are casting yourself.
And that's another thing.
That is exactly what it is. Hell is defined as one casting himself away from God or being unable to be in God's presence.
No, Book of Revelation, God himself does the throwing in. Yeah, okay. Go ahead, Phil.
Gentlemen, I need to cut off here because no need to define what is hell here. I mean, that's a little bit off the topic.
Yeah, I know.
So
sorry.
It's not going to help whether there is a God or not, like whatever the way that you define hell. Let's suppose Blake is the right one about the definition of hell. Still, that doesn't mean there was a hell, or that doesn't mean there was a God. So
I'm just wondering why. I was just wondering why you want to believe in a God like that. That's all.
God didn't create a world with cancer and what have you. There is a state in which we were possible to denature ourselves into, the fall. You just. One thing I grasp with,
it would have been nice if we would have got a warning on that.
I understand. So there was so don't eat from the fruit.
What about
a warning, like billions of the eternal suffering of billions of souls is going to ensue if you eat from that fruit, would have been a much fairer warning.
So the idea of a virtuous, good, creative God is one that is relational. We can argue that relation is a good virtue, and that this God, if this God is good, then relationship and free will are in its nature. I can't create you to love me. That's not love. It's a very it might. I can create you to feel good. I'm sorry. What is your name? Woken. I can create you. I can be God. I can create you to love me and be faithful to me, and I can create you to physically enjoy that process and to love that process. That wouldn't be a good loving process. So God, in my argument, created humanity, and this is the Catholic, this is the CCC, and whoever, what have you, created humans with good, perfect nature, and good, perfect nature also means a just nature that can decide for themselves, and that if God is a
Okay,
relational
well, but
creature and wants
that's
to
not a good
share.
argument, Blake. Like, just because you don't have diseases, that doesn't mean you cannot decide things by yourself.
So okay, yeah.
So
Well,
if there's
we
no
could
cancer,
just
we
talk about the
cannot
fall.
decide
I think I'm
things.
talking about something completely different here. The argument that why we're created, what we can do, and that I'm getting to the idea that free will allowed us to enter a denatured state, enter a state where cervical cancer does exist, where prostate cancer exists, where blindness does
Oh,
exist.
what about like breakable bones? I mean, so
Sure, I
this
have
exists.
HPP. I have
Yeah.
hypophosphatasia. I was born
Oh
with
no,
with a
no. I'm not talking about like I'm not even talking about diseases. Like imagine you jump from 2 meters, you can break your legs, right?
sure.
So you fell from like let's say um, yeah, from 2 meters, and you break your bones. And this is God designed your body, and He knew that people will fall from high places. And it, like, let's suppose God created the bones out of some carbon fiber, or like maybe harder elements that never breaks. Then that's not an obstacle for free will, right? Still, there could be free will.
God didn't create bones to break.
God,
The
God
fallen
created.
state, when sin was introduced, this fallen state, as the Catholics would call it, it's a denatured state. It's a less than state that we
You
chose
said
out of
like
free
at
will.
the beginning, like our bones were not breakable.
Correct. Yeah, there was no death at this point. That primates somehow came about, and there's a very poetic
I didn't mean
interpretation.
death, but like, are you sure that like the first
I use
human?
death in the sense that of any pain or any illness or
Oh,
any
no pain, no
disease
illness. Okay, that came
uh,
later on, and you say
that
it's
came from the fall,
because of what?
a rejection in God's trust.
But it doesn't have to be like that. I mean, God could,
It
kick
does have to be
people.
like that. We
Why?
can talk about why it would have to be like that. If I
Sure.
was unable to make a choice about my, you're let's say you're my father, I have, you could somehow, you and my mother could somehow birth me into being all loving. I would love you, and I would enjoy the process, and I would enjoy the sensation that I get from it, but I don't have a choice. That to you
No. That
would be a
this
very
logic, it
disturbing
doesn't
prospect.
follow.
It's not the love that you
Sorry,
see.
Blake, it doesn't follow logically. Like, just because God is all loving, that doesn't mean you don't have free will.
It has to.
What do
By
you mean it has
definition, it would
to?
have to.
It doesn't follow logically, Blake.
How not? How so?
There's no any connection. Just because God loves you, that doesn't mean you don't have free will. So you're saying that God is like incapable of creating a being who has free will, and God loves that thing.
No, that is the exact. I think we're getting our wires crossed here.
Okay, but
That is precisely what God created.
but I
Something
think
with
this is
free will,
contradicting.
with the capacity to love Him,
So
but the choice to.
when God created the first human, like this human being didn't have any free will.
Um, yes, it did.
It did. You see, like, so now that proves that your God can create someone like immortal, as you said. I mean, no any defects or any problem, but at the same time, I mean, that means this God is all loving towards that being, but at the same time, this being has free will. So that means this is possible for your God.
Oh, to be in both the state of like programmed love and have free will, that they can superimpose upon
That's
each
what you
other.
believe.
That's what you're saying should
But
be
that's what you believe.
possible.
I'm not saying should be possible. This is what you believe already.
No. So the idea that God introduced Himself at creation, or God introduced Himself to Adam and Eve, and what I believe about Adam and Eve isn't a creationist idea. From the Hebrew Bible, they used Adam and Eve as archetypes, so that it wasn't necessarily always a literal story, even to ancient Hebrews. So that this group of hominins was chosen or selected, two people,
Oh, that's
the
what you
entire
believe.
species was imbued with spirits,
Okay,
was
but
given the gift of the garden, could not feel pain, could not die, and that it by choice, in order to create something that has, lovingly create something that you want it to love you back, it has to be by its own choice, by its own volition, or its own free will. So it must have free will. It cannot be programmed to love you, but it can be receptive to your love. That's,
you're
I guess we're
confusing
getting
two
our wires crossed
concepts,
here.
Blake. But I think you're confusing two concepts in a very like wild way. So like someone has all loving towards you, that doesn't mean you are programmed to love that being.
Correct.
Like these are not following each other also. So if God is all loving towards you, that doesn't mean you have been programmed to love back the God.
Correct.
That doesn't mean you don't have free will. That doesn't mean you cannot, act, in a different way or against God. Still, God can have all the love towards you.
Right. Correct. I think that's the argument I was trying to make. I don't. The argument was that at the very jump, at the very temporal start of when humanity was imbued with spirit, that we were created in perfectly, that we were capable of sin, but we have not yet sinned, and that there was no yet death, and that there was no yet pain, and what have you, and cervical cancer, and what have you. So I guess
Yeah, that's what I said. You already believe in that. Like God can create someone perfectly, and still that being can have the
but we have
free
to
will.
define what perfect is. That's not
You're the one
the
who's
idea.
saying perfect.
Perfection in God's loving sense would be the free will, the ability to choose, and obviously
Okay, the ability to choose doesn't bring suffering automatically. They don't follow each other. So if there is free will, that doesn't mean suffering must be there. Those are not
So
non sequitur.
the Hebrew poetic version of why that story works in the archetype is that in the presence of God there is no death, there is no pain, and that because we have sinned we cannot be directly in the presence of God, and that's what denatured the bodies, what the actual distance from God
Again,
in the garden.
it doesn't say anything about why there is suffering, so it doesn't follow again. But anyway,
My argument or Genesis? I'm not manufacturing my own argument. I'm just arguing.
Yeah, but what you brought from Genesis also doesn't answer the question why there is like too much suffering. Also, and like this was the topic that you were talking. But anyway, I mean, this is a side topic, so it doesn't prove God exists. It doesn't disprove.
No.
God
I think
also.
we got onto Genesis and creation. What good God is. I think we.
Anyway, like if you want to focus on God one more time, it's okay. But if not, I don't want to go on the sideways.
No, this is your show. Whatever you would like to talk about. I'm enjoying myself. This is
cool,
exciting, energetic. This is wonderful.
Cool. So, but we already did the God part.
If you would like a new guest, or if you'd like to keep talking, that's what this is. This is your channel.
There will be. I will take them, but so far there's no anyone else who wants to join. So we're rolling. Okay. Sure. So maybe you guys can continue also with Woke. I don't know.
Yeah. I think I do want space. I know Woke is very energetic. I do want space to answer. These are very old school rational answers that are.
I'm good actually. I'm good. I'm just going to take us more off topic anyway.
Sure. Well, yeah, it's your guys' show. You guys do whatever. I'm enjoying myself. I'm at the end of my day. This is very exciting.
Like you're very polite, kind, and this is the third Christian today we are taking as a speaker, and yeah, like 3 of you guys did really good job. I mean, I appreciate, man. I appreciate the kindness that you have. So far, good. So far, so good.
Yeah, I marry the idea of I'm not a creationist necessarily. You look back, Western Christianity is very. They're some of the only sects of Christians, including European Catholics, that there's a very strict creationist idea, or very literal sense. And what you find interesting going back to nearly prehistory Hebrew belief is that the Genesis story was an archetype, and they understood that very strictly, very poetically, that they didn't necessarily believe that there were two first humans that were, came about out of nowhere, with surrounded and posed by all of this archaeological evidence for their ancestors, from an evolutionary sense. And it's very funny talking with other Christians or creationists that kind of reject that idea. And you kind of bring up, well, 3,000, 2,000 years ago, these tribal people of Israel already formulated this oral story and then written it in, about 1200 BC, that they didn't actually believe strictly how it's described. Noah's Ark is an archetype. They use very poetic oral translations. So I do, if you've ever come across creationists, I really do empathize. It can be more frustrating than this might be for you.
No, I don't know which one, but there's a problem here, Blake, and this is not only about Christianity. For example, I see it in Islam too. Like, people kind of reinterpret those texts to make them sound like more scientific, and some of them they come from a scientific background. Like you already said that you have an atheistic background also. So maybe some stories, they don't make sense the way that they sound. Maybe that's why people went into a different kind of explanation by just stating that, hey, wait, we shouldn't take those things literally. Most likely they were metaphorical. By the way, you might be right by chance. Maybe you're the one who is interpreting rightfully, but in my case, it's unknown. Maybe you, or maybe the writer exactly meant those things, the ones that you don't believe right now. So the same problem is in Islam. Even there are Muslims that I know that they believe in evolution theory. They also believe the way that you believe, that like there's no first Adam and Eve, like they're just messengers chosen by God, etc. And why? Because they learn about science. They learn what science says. They say, wait a second, either this book is false, or the way that we understand the book is false. So they don't want to lose the idea of God or their beliefs. Then they say, oh, okay, probably we misunderstand those things in the book.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think one of the most difficult questions like Woke had was how death or sin or pain or whatever was introduced. And you look at, you can see historically, archaeologically, animals of all types have we suggest that they experience pain. We experience they have death. We observe have died for 2.1 billion years. The idea and how whatever spirits were imbued in man or in hominins were, the idea that what God created was perfect and good, and by introducing relational agents into it, humans, that there is things that I don't want to get into the weeds. I think we're still discussing that, but I do tease a lot of other creationist Christians quite a bit, that it's not necessarily that your beliefs about creationism are actually very new in the West. The Hebrews do not believe things like that strictly. It's very funny.
I see. Oh, hey, Maro is in the room. Hey, Maro. How long you in the room? Maybe he's here for a long time. So it's 3 hours so far. Let me check the time. Okay.
Where are you guys from?
Oops, the question came. I was waiting for the question.
America. I went to USA. I know that. I love that. I've dated I had a Bosnian girlfriend for quite a while.
Oh, that's how you know.
I did. Take me to America. Back to USA. I remember that. I'm Polish.
Good. Okay, how you call it? Polak?
Polak?
Polako.
Polak. Polsh.
Okay. So, anyway. Really, Ricky? Come on.
I was away, sorry.
Mauro, you're far from your mic.
Yeah, I was just coming back to my computer. What's up?
Nothing much. We were chilling today. We had great 3 Christians today, and I enjoyed a lot.
Nice. I probably missed some of the conversation, but I heard some of it, and I just want to ask, Blake, you said you don't believe in Adam and Eve in the original story that all of us came from them.
There is a very instrumental truth in it, and they're poetic archetypes of that. How we were created was perfect and good, and that perfect and good also implied free will, and that we made some kind of decision or capacity to sin or introduce sin in our own nature, which was a free and good and perfect thing that in order to have good relation, or in order to have a real relationship that would be satisfying to God if we loved him, also implies that we have agency and can introduce death and what have you. So that in the old Hebrew, 1 to 2000 BC, that's actually what Hebrews believe. They didn't believe in a creationist story or that there were 2 first humans. Many didn't. That's a very actually modern Western Christian belief. You look at the Syrian Catholic Church, they don't necessarily believe in that there were first 2 humans. They follow kind of that ancient Armenian apostolic belief that it's a very important archetype of where humans came about. There's not a correct record of it. It's not going to be taken seriously like that, but there is a truth in there, that an archetypal truth that, okay, we were created perfect and good. We decided and introduced sin through our own agency. And that was done through our free will, which was necessary for God to create us in order to have the potential to have real relationship with him.
Yeah.
So
all right. So I guess then, because I heard you a couple of different times saying that we ate from the fruit, right? So I'm taking you're thinking that story is archetypical and symbolical as well. When you say we ate from the fruit, you don't mean we actually ate like an apple, right?
From the old Hebrew belief is that we went off and sought knowledge and sought agency outside of God's presence or without God. How that came about, or what that historically might have been, or what that historically might have meant,
it's a metaphor,
it's irrelevant. But something did happen, and there was a separation. Literal fruit, it's all archetypal. That's how a lot of people in the Levant and
we searched for knowledge or for experience outside of God, if you may.
Trusting in permanence, or in things outside of God that separated us from God, that we didn't need anything. We just needed to trust and love in God, and we had everything, and we weren't going to die. We weren't going to break our bones or get cervical cancer and this agency
I guess what's the point of that kind of life then, if you don't need anything, if everything is perfect, right? Like what's the point of living?
Oh, the absolute, like the presence of God, being in the presence of God in this archetypal garden.
So in this case right now we're getting, like, to this day we're still getting punished for that.
We are our own. We're not getting punished. We introduce that ourselves.
Yeah, whatever. I'm not saying cause and effect. I mean, it is indirectly getting punished. Like, in your view, God created the universe in such a way where you search for something, whatever that something you think it is, outside of him, right? You get the effect because you started a cause. So implicitly, we are getting punished. That's how the universe was created, right?
So I guess non-causally, you would argue. I would push back and argue that God's nature is relational. That's part of his good nature. I believe God is triune, and each of the persons are in perfect relationship with each other. God did not need to create anything. God was fully, perfectly satisfied in his own relationship with himself. But there is some good nature being about it that he needed to create that in an authentic way that was potable, that was digestible for him, because he wanted to share that love and created this world.
Yeah,
And
and
the
then
only
he,
way he could do that and to gather more of this relational love was this one defined, you know, I can't call it predetermined or determined existence, but this
actually,
existence, this
yeah,
is
yeah,
how
I
it
get
would
it.
work. This is
No,
how
I get
God
it.
would
I get it.
capture the most loving relationship. And
And then
and
he, but then according to you, he immediately took that relationship or relation back because we, in a way, denied him or refused him or whatever you want to call it, right?
no, in the Hebrew Bible, God kept forgiving. There's a poetic flow throughout the Hebrew Bible that there's always a forgiving and another chance and a covenant, and then we break his covenant. There are many eating of the fruit throughout the Hebrew Bible.
Yeah,
Many
but still
times this
eventually,
next covenant.
yeah, but it eventually still led to the point where we are right now.
God kept well, God kept returning to us, kept forgiving us for that behavior, kept giving us a way out, kept giving us covenants to atone for what
Yeah,
we
you
did
said that. I get
and
it,
to
but
be with him for eternity.
all right, I get that. But
Think,
eventually we did.
guys, sorry. So we still on the same track. And sure, like our topic is, as I stated earlier, clear God's existence. Either we will have to continue with the topic, or I will have to continue with another room, so that we can stay on the topic. And yeah, let's try. Um, is there anything that you want to say about God's existence? If not, I'm gonna change my
Me?
me. I'm gonna change. I'm gonna change it. So audience has to slow down the long diatribes. I wish I could understand what you mean here, Okeanos. But yeah, I mean, no need to inform them one more time, I believe, because I already said our topic is God's existence. So seemingly, yeah, I think they're done with that topic. So,
Got
which
an
is
echo.
obvious, I will change my room.
One moment.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, Blake got busy, but anyway, Blake, thanks for being here. I will change the room to get people to discuss God's existence. And I wish you a good day or night.
Yeah, take care, guys.
Okay.
I hope we solve all of this someday together. Take care.
Take care. Bye bye.
See ya.
So, jumping one more time, people. So, yeah, I agree that was too much Bible. And, and sometimes, yeah, we kind of allow kind people to talk more about what they believe, especially when we don't have speakers. So, let's hope to get more speakers. So, welcome back, Hook.
Good to be back.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me take a little quick detour down Bible Lane.
Yeah, but that creates a problem, Vok. I mean, I never want to go there. You know that, because it doesn't prove anything about God. It's a dead end, and he got the opportunity, and he made it very long, which
I know,
is
but they always try and make their God look like such a good guy, and he's not. That's all. It's just that's fine. I will refrain in the future.
okay. Okay. So sure, like the excuse that humans are the ones who did it to themselves is a, yeah, like an excuse that is unacceptable, but they have the excuse. So yeah, what to do? This is the new link, people. if you want to join for a discussion. So we have Ojeda. Ojeda. What a name. Hey. Welcome. Welcome. So, Ojeda, did you see the topic of this room? Mic. You want a mic? Okay. Here is your mic.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Hello. I'm okay. How about you?
Yes, I am fine.
Good. So, do you see the topic of this room?
Topic, I am not able to find the topic.
You don't see it on your screen?
No,
What do you see on your screen?
I am seeing this philosopher.
That's the only thing that you see?
I am seeing that only philosopher.
So that's the only thing that you see. Wow, that's weird.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
yes, yes.
There's a welcome message in the chat box. What about the chat box? Can you see the chat box?
Chat box. Yes.
Okay, and there's a message which is pinned there. It says the topic is God's existence.
Okay.
And it also says that this room is live on YouTube. So we are having discussions on YouTube.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, yes, yes. One person each
Yep.
time if someone knows it's one. Sorry, from YouTube. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. So are you a believer?
Believer. Yes, I am a believer.
Which God do you believe in?
Not radically, but I believe the philosophy of God.
What do you mean by philosophy of God?
Philosophy means if we are doing food distribution near the temples, church, masjids, it is a philosophy to donate to others. It is not in the name of God.
This is not something to believe. That this is reality, right? It's a fact that people do charity.
Yes.
It's not a matter of
Like
belief.
what I'm saying is that like there are so many things in Hinduism. If we believe in Go Puja. Go Puja means we doing puja for animal.
You do things here. There are rituals in religions. I know that, but these are like facts. So
Yes.
our topic is God's existence. And
God's existence. Yeah. What God said, but I said about philosophy means I am believing in God, but not God.
I
God is
believe
a
in God, but not
in
God.
a philosophy.
God as a philosophy. An atheist.
Of a man or woman or any material, but as a philosophy, I believe in God.
Sorry, like that doesn't mean anything to me. But at least it means that you don't believe in a God. You just like the idea of God. That's what I understand.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. You are
Okay.
right.
Thanks for joining, man. What about
Yes,
Huda? And we have Kanto.
yes.
Kanto. What about you guys? Are you believers? You're a listener. Okay. What about you, Kanto? Are you a believer?
Okay. Thank you for giving me the floor.
Okay.
Um,
Your audio
yes,
is
I
not
am a
very good.
believer.
Okay, good.
I am a Christian,
You're a
actually.
Christian. Okay, good.
Yes.
So why do you believe a God exists?
I believe in God because I I believe that God exists because I believe that it was God who created everything. So
But
yeah,
these are the same things. Like, yes, you believe a God exists and God created everything. This is your belief. And my question was, why do you believe in that?
why do I believe in God?
Why do you believe that God exists and God created everything? These are two different beliefs, and you believe both of them. And my question is, why do you believe in that?
Ah, because that's what the Bible says, and
That's what people say.
the Bible.
Okay, the people also say that Muhammad is the messenger of God. Do you believe in that?
Sorry, I didn't
The
really
people,
hear what is.
the people also
Yeah,
say that Muhammad, there's a guy called Muhammad, he is a prophet and messenger of God. Do you believe in that?
no, I don't believe in that one.
This is what people say also.
Yeah, I didn't mean people like people. I mean the Bible.
Okay, but the Quran says Muhammad is the messenger of God.
Yeah,
That means this is true.
but I don't believe in Quran. I'm sorry.
Okay, then why do you believe Bible is true then?
Mm, I believe that Bible is true because there is no particular reason. It's just that
Believe
I
because
believe
there's
in
no
it.
reason.
I
You
believe.
believe because you believe.
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, I'm done. I don't have more things to say, Kanto.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So let's go back to the RS groups. Hey man, like I don't know what we can talk more. You want the
Yeah,
mic,
yeah, no,
but
no. Actually, you only said that question. Muhammad is an messenger of God.
it's what
If
people
Muhammad is a
believe.
messenger of God, then who is God?
Uh, I don't know who is God exactly,
Hmm.
but that's not
Can
what
I
I believe.
expect answer from you? What
Mm,
you're going to say?
no, I'm not gonna say anything because that's not what I believe.
What you believe in God?
I don't believe in any God.
You know, then you are atheist.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Actually, yeah, it's also good. Actually, believing God or believing not believing God, it's totally a person's yeah, independent decision. Because if actually what I'm think is that if a person who is in hungry, if you feed him, you are God to him. If a person who is floating in a river, if you save him, you are a God to him. Like that, for a people at different times, the meaning of God will change. That's what I think. Hello, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Did you understood what I said?
Yeah, I understood, but again,
Hmm.
that's irrelevant. So, if you're not speaking about God's existence, then I'm sorry, I won't be very interested in. We
What?
have
What?
Wesley. Our topic is God's existence. So, since you don't believe a God exists, I don't believe a God exists also, then I don't know what to talk to you, man. But if there are believers, there are things that I can talk to them. I will ask them why they believe a God exists or which God they believe in. But with you, I don't see that we can talk much.
Yes.
Why? Because you also don't believe.
No, I'm not saying that I don't believe.
You
I
don't believe.
believe,
No, you don't
but
believe.
oh, no, no, no.
Which
How
God you
can you
believe
say
in?
that I don't? I am saying right. I
Which God you
believe
believe in?
which God, it depends upon the time. It
It
depends
depends on the
upon the
time.
situation. If
I'm sorry.
I'm in a hungry,
Sorry.
the
Sorry.
feeder, the one who feed me, he is my God. When
Okay,
if
I'm
I am
sorry. I'm sorry that those gods are not interesting. I'm sorry, man.
no,
Really.
then which is God? Who is going to decide who is God? Who is going to
No one.
decide?
But I'm the one who's going to decide which gods are interesting for me. Okay.
No. Yes, you
Why
have
are you
that.
saying no,
Okay.
man? Like this is clear. I will decide which gods that I will be interested in.
Okay, tell which God you are interested. That's
Doesn't
what I
matter.
asked.
You
Right?
don't believe in those gods already, so no need to even name them. But anyway, so okay, Bao. Oh, it was you. Okay, thanks for being here, Bao. Blake. Yeah, I remember your name. Thanks for being here. It was nice, as I said. Like today, we had 3 Christians. Yeah, I'm sure. I wish we never jumped into the side topics, which are mostly boring for me. But it was okay. I mean, since I enjoyed the previous chat about God's existence, so then it was okay. So we have Ethan. Hey, Ethan. What about you? Are you a believer? Oh, we have Sabash Kamar. I believe Jesus Christ is God. Okay. So you want to get the mic? Sabash Kamar. Hello there.
Yeah, so yeah, I was interested in the topic. So it's not like, I'm not here to argue. So that's
Oh,
my belief. Yeah, I believe like, Jesus is God. That's all.
man, I'm here to argue, so our
Oh,
intentions are not matching.
okay. So
Yeah,
why do you say that, there is no God?
I never said there's no God.
Okay.
You should listen carefully.
Mm-hmm.
I said I don't believe a God exists. That doesn't mean
Okay.
there's no God. That doesn't mean I believe there's no God.
So are you in the process of searching the who's the real God?
Not like that. I'm thinking whether God exists or not. I don't know the answer. But since because I don't have a good evidence to
Are you like an
suggest that there's a
organate?
God, it's called agnostic. Yes, I'm an agnostic atheist.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, but still an atheist who doesn't believe a God exists.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yep. Okay. Since he said he's not here for arguing, so I'm not gonna insist. I'll jump one more time. Jump means new room. Let's jump and let's see there will be people or not. So this is the new room. I hope we can find the last speakers here because I don't have much time anymore. I wanna take a rest, but I want one more speaker.
How are you?
Hey, Yahya.
Hi, how are you?
I'm okay. How about you?
I am fine.
So, do you see the topic of this room?
Yeah, good is extent. This room is live on your on YouTube now. Yeah,
So God's existence. Are you a believer?
yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Which God you believe in?
Again, I don't understand.
Which God do you believe in? You don't understand this question?
No, no. Can you alternative it?
Which God do you believe in?
I believe
Okay, sad man. I'll give you the mic, but let's wait a little bit.
I am with you again.
Yeah. I will ask for the last time. Which God you believe?
Yeah. No. Yes.
Yeah, which God you believe in? Okay, bye-bye, yeah. Seemingly we have an understanding problem. So, sad man, the mic is yours.
Hello.
Hello, sad man.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
So you said you believe in Allah.
Yeah, I believe in Allah
Why do you believe a God exists?
because God is exist.
Why you believe in God? Because God exists. So if I say I believe in Superman, and if you ask me why I believe Superman, because Superman exists, means Superman really exists? You understand?
No. No.
So, and I say no to you also, just because you say Superman exists, that doesn't mean
No.
I'm
I
sorry, just
believe
because you say Allah exists, that doesn't mean Allah exists.
Allah exists. We learn from Quran
You learn from Quran, but now you assume that the Quran is true. Why?
because Muslim people tell them the Quran is true.
But that doesn't mean it's true. Maybe they're false about that.
Do you believe in God
No, I don't.
exist?
Yes, I am.
Where are you from?
I am from here.
I'm from Bosnia, take me to America. I really want to see.
I think you visit.
Amen. We have Afaq. Okay, we started getting Muslims. That's good. That's good. I hope we can have one good Muslim and then I can sleep in peace.
Hello,
Hello.
how are you?
I'm okay. I'm okay. How about you?
So,
So. Okay. I hope things get better for you.
okay. What
No.
are you talking?
What are we talking about? It's God's existence. If you read the topic before you join, you could
Yes,
already know that. So, do you believe in God?
yes.
Oh,
I believe in existence.
okay. You believe in Allah, I think.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm Muslim.
Happy Ramadan.
What?
Happy Ramadan.
Oh, thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you.
So,
Are you Muslim?
I'm not. I'm atheist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know it because I was a Muslim. So,
You was a Muslim?
I was a Muslim.
What is your idea?
I will explain that, but before that, you should know that we are live on YouTube. Since you're not reading things in the room, I assume that you don't know that.
Yes, I know.
You
I
know?
know.
Oh, good. That's good. Then I can explain why I left Islam. It was simple. I realized there's no good evidence to prove a God exists. There's no good arguments to prove a God exists. So that's why I left my religion.
Yes, maybe. I respect everyone.
That's good. What about you? Why do you believe a God exists?
But what do you think about that? Who created the world?
Ooh, that's a good question. But before that, have you ever thought who created Allah?
Yes, it's a good question, but I think that everything is created but by someone or something.
That's why I'm asking who created Allah.
No one.
Wait, but you said that everything has been created by someone.
You know, something are so complex.
Okay, the universe is so complex, therefore no one created the universe.
I always listen to atheists answers, and
Really?
they are, how can I say, they are really
Stupid?
how can I say, good. They are really good answers. My own, I really mostly can't answer their questions.
That's good,
But
sister. I mean, I appreciate that. That's very honest to know yourself, to know that you don't have good answers, and that might
yeah,
also push you to search more, study more about your religion or other things.
yeah. I search, yes, about my religion. Maybe my family is also Muslim. But I search everything, and then I make a decision that I will be a Muslim, and I believe in existence of God. But yes, some questions they are. Sometimes I also think about this. Also, who created God? But given this question, for me is a guilt. You know, when I think about this, I feel myself guilty. That's why I don't want to think about these questions.
Okay, I have one suggestion then. Let's don't
Yes,
think about that because there's no need to even think about that because Islam says that God doesn't have a creator. God is the creator of everything. So I
yes,
don't think you should start thinking after that. I mean, that's period, right? God doesn't have a creator. God doesn't have daughter. God doesn't have son, right?
yes,
You know
yeah.
the surah in Quran, Qul huwallahu ahad.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, God is the one that created everything. So if that's the case, that means something can exist without a creator, and which is your God in this topic, right? But please focus on you believe that something can exist without a creator. But what atheist people say, okay. I mean, we don't know how it works, but it's okay. I mean, at least I say it's okay. But if you can believe that something, let's call X for God. If X can exist without a creator, let's call the universe Z. Why Z cannot exist without a creator?
Hmm. In your life, don't you see any mysteries? For example, in my life, I many times um, meet very mysteries. For example, I want something, and I pray God for this, and
Don't challenge that. Like,
then
do you know anyone who's blind, or do you know anyone who doesn't have arms or legs?
no, I
Okay.
don't mean it. Some
No. I'm
uh,
asking. I'm asking. Do you know someone like that?
uh, can you repeat your question?
Is there anyone that you know who is blind or who doesn't have one arm or finger or leg?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So since your God is listening your prayers, Why you don't pray for them? Like maybe God will give their arms back or leg or eyes. It
Uh,
will never happen, right?
yes, but by means of dua, really one blind people can see.
What about someone who doesn't have eyes? He can see?
Yes, yani with pray with dua it is possible when it's possible.
Sister, have you ever seen anyone who doesn't
No,
have eyes or who doesn't have leg or arm and they prayed and they got their eyes back or their leg or arms back? Like, have you ever seen like such sort of prayer? I have never seen. I have never heard. I'm sure you have never seen or heard also. So what I'm
yes.
trying to show you that maybe you're praying for something possible. So there are possible things for us and there are impossible things for us. For example, the arm doesn't grow back, at least human arm or leg. If you lose your
Yes.
leg, you lose your leg. Or if you lose your eyes, they don't come back, they don't grow back. This is impossible for us. But if Allah is real, Allah can do that, right? Allah will create you from your fingerprints, fingertips, even after you die. So such a God can give you arm, such a God can give you eyes if you pray. So what we understand from here, either there's no God or God doesn't like people who don't have arms, legs, or eyes.
No.
Then why like do you think do you think that people don't pray for eyes or leg or arms? Why they never get it back?
You know, everyone is not same that.
That's true.
How can because if everyone be same, in this case we can't understand some things. I think that if one person is blind or doesn't have arms, legs, in this case they will get, if they are really a good Muslim, in this case they will get a Jannat. Yes.
That's what you
And
believe, but like again, you're really dismissing the fact that like doesn't matter how good Muslim you are, if you don't have eyes, it doesn't matter how much you pray, you will never get your eyes, like at least when you're alive.
no,
No, you can't say no to that one, sister, because you don't have any example that where someone prays and gets the eyes back. There's no such an example. So we know that your God is not giving eyes, is not giving legs or arms. We know that. And the problem is if you are getting things that are possible that you can get even without praying, for example, health. We are sometimes healthy, more healthy. Sometimes we lose the health, but then we can regain the health. Or wealth, money. Sometimes you get money, you become rich. Then you can lose the money also. So these things are happening. And when you pray for such a thing, like for example, success, people pray for the success. Yeah, like we have ups and downs in our lives. If you study, if you work hard, you'll get something. But when you're praying at the same time, you cannot see, you cannot understand the difference. But even if you're praying or not praying, like it doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean like God is involved. How to understand like God really listen to prayers, or prayer like works when something is impossible happening by only praying. By only praying. So, like, if you don't have one arm, if you pray to God right now, if you get your arm, okay, that this was impossible, you prayed and it happened. Wow, that's a miracle. Then I will call, okay, that's not normal. That's very different. But if you pray for something that already is possible, then that doesn't mean God gave it to you. Maybe yes, maybe true, or maybe not.
Okay, it's clear.
It is clear. Okay, good. We're clear so far. If you have questions, I will take, but if not, I'll change the room one more time, and that will be the last room, people.
Okay, thank you. Your English is so good.
Okay, thank you. Your logic is maybe not logic, but your honesty is good to me also. Take care.
And your English
Have a good.
too.
Yeah, your English is also good. Yeah.
Yeah, you're doing fine.
Yeah. I mean, way better than many people so far. I mean,
we've had a lot of nice callers today.
Yeah, that's a blessing. That must be a blessing, Luke. So, which God you prayed
Yeah,
before you joined here?
I didn't.
You didn't.
So,
Okay.
no, I went back to Jesus a couple of times today, but then I came to my senses after I took my meds. So I think I'm good.
Okay, cool. So let's do the last jump walk, and after that I'm gonna leave. And happy Ramadan one more
Yeah.
time, Muslim sister. I hope you have better vacation. So let's jump. Jump. So this is the new and the last room, people. So if you want to join, you must use the link. Our topic is God's existence. Please join if you are a believer. If you're not a believer, that's not good. I mean, we are here to have a discussion. So I don't know. Maybe one day we can start discussing with atheists, but not now. So, Volk, which one was your favorite speaker so far?
Oh, wow. I don't really have a favorite. I was just happy that they were all polite. I guess probably Jake. I hope he comes back and we can get into things a little more.
Who?
Jake. Wasn't that his name? Jake?
Jake. I don't
Blake.
remember any.
Sorry.
Blake, yeah, Blake. Blake is still in the chat
Yeah,
box, by the
Blake.
way.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, I
Oh, so
agree.
he's in YouTube chat, huh?
Yeah, he is with the name of Baal 908.
Oh, that's Blake. Okay, right on. Yeah, I can't follow conversations and the chat. I'm like in and out of the chat box.
That's okay. He was also thankful to you earlier. He sent a message.
That's good. Yeah,
Yeah.
Anyway, that's cool.
So
Right
far,
on.
so good. We had very nice speakers today, Christians, Muslims, and this is the last room again. And that's the link if you want to join our last room, people. Tomorrow, I'm not sure. It depends on the weather. If the weather is good, I'm not gonna be here. But if the weather is not good, probably I will be here. So it depends on the weather. But yeah. So okay. What was that? Ah, that's about the scientists we were checking. Inflation theory, blah, 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 blah. Times met eternal inflation. Okay. So, seemingly Free for Toka is dead. Oh, those people are still in the room. The Muslim lady and I don't remember this guy who was Christian or Muslim or maybe Hindu. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Wow. What a room is that? There's one room here on FreeForTalk. It says LGBTQ movement in India. Donate for our cause. Wow.
Okay.
And luckily, like some people didn't report because there are many phobics on the platform and they keep reporting the topics that they don't like. Anyway. So, okay, seemingly we're not having people woke, so no need to force. Let's end it without, making people more bored. I believe like that was one of the best ones because of the speakers that we had. So, yep.
Yeah, they were nice. I'm learning to keep it chill with them. You know, it's taken a while, but I'm glad I can at least converse on stage without getting kicked off. Yuck, yuck. You know, I mean, the Bible believers get to me the most because I believed it for so long, and I'm still dealing with it. That's all. I'm getting better. But yeah, I appreciate the time. I appreciate you doing this, seriously.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and I appreciate the fact that we stay right on topic. I really do appreciate that.
We should.
As much as I like to go off in the Bible weeds, but I'm all for sticking on topic. So yeah, definitely.
Oh, we have Moses and Tinglatas. What a name. Okay. Any believers in the room, people? Believers? Do you talk about same topic? Yes, I do. Tinglatas. Hey, Tinglatas, you can have the mic if you want to speak about God's existence or discussion. Mostly I prefer discussions. So you have a mic right now. Okay, seemingly he doesn't want to speak. Okay. Well, questions are simple. Do you believe in God? If yes, why do you believe in a God? Sure, Moses, if you want. So now you have a mic.
Hello.
Hello, Moses.
So I just have one question. I'm not I'm agnostic. I'm not really a believer. I just have one question. But I do lean more towards necessary existence.
So
do you?
one more time.
I said I lean more towards a necessary existence, like something.
You believe that the universe necessarily exists?
No, I believe something is
Else.
beyond the universe.
Oh, why do you believe in that?
I incline more towards it.
Understand,
I
but
see the universe.
Moses, like inclining towards a necessary existence doesn't mean the universe is not the necessary existence. There must be something else beyond the universe. It doesn't suggest that. It doesn't follow logically.
No. Just 1 minute.
Take your time. So, sister, promotion of non-existence of God. No, not like that. I am an atheist, yes. But what I'm trying to promote is my experience, which is I couldn't find good evidence or good arguments. That's what I'm promoting here. In the end of the day, people are free to choose to believe in God. And I don't see any rule that you're supposed to believe in a God through some logical arguments or evidence. There are people they choose to believe or they just want to believe, let's say. And if that's their answer, I'm not even talking to them. So if that's what you want to do, okay. I mean, so I cannot discuss about that. But yeah, I don't believe, and my reasons are clear because believers are not able to give me good evidence or arguments, or God is not giving me good evidence also. That's why I don't believe. Okay, we're waiting for Moses. Oh, oh. I mean that's something that yeah, I mean when I started debating about these topics, my English was not like this. But what do I gain from that? I gain a lot of things, and the most important one is joy. I really enjoy discussing about these topics, and that's the main thing. And right now, I have a YouTube channel, and right now there are many people there, and I love them, and we enjoy together also, and we keep getting more people from YouTube. That means we're meeting with new people. Some of them are really good people, and some of them are sure, like, no need to debate about that. That's enjoyable. I like that also. And what else? And I believe we are helping some people in different ways. And knowing that also is a good thing for me. It's a good reason to do what I'm doing right now. I hope I don't lose my motivation. What else? I mean, these are enough, right? More than enough to do this. No. No. Like you just joined the like in the right time, sister. And well, what I suggest you please give the second or the third chance to other people if you find them like in a way that you dislike, because people are not the same all the time. For example, we're not having really fun discussions or good or respectful discussions all the time. Sometimes it's going really wild and hot. If that was the case, probably you would leave the room and maybe you would never join again. But yeah, it was about timing, I believe. So, Tinglatos, do you believe in God? Is the first question. If the answer is yes, then which God do you believe in? If your answer is no for the first question, then I lose my interest. I'm sorry. I don't want to discuss with atheists right now. Oh, Tinglatos believe in Allah, but you should get the mic. You should get a mic. Yeah. We have Imad Bacha. We've lost Imad Bacha. Anyway, we are waiting for people. I mean, we were waiting for Moses to split the Red Sea, to witness the miracle. Vogue, like I see it as like a blessing. Like good people are coming. Keep coming. Oh, you see, like Edward, I was saying good people are coming, and you just came. We are sure it was
Wow.
about you. Hey man, welcome. Sure, we shouldn't have only good believers. Well, we need good atheist people also. Okay, we'll wait. I feel so good when I see people believe in God. Okay. I mean, I don't care that much. If I see atheist people, do I feel good about that? No, I need to learn the person. I mean, to try to understand more, because someone is either good or bad, and it doesn't depend on their beliefs or non-beliefs. So there are atheist people that I hate. There are believers that I hate, but at the same time, there are atheist people that I love and believers that I love. So it's not about being a believer or not. So, Moses, you're the only reason I'm waiting here. Edward, it was a long one. It's nearly 4 hours so far, and it was really good. We had really good speakers today. And
Yeah, I'm back. So
Oh.
I started coughing for some reason.
Welcome back,
Anyway,
Moses.
so just to put it like, to summarize the idea, is that something that is governed by laws or has parts, then it is like dependent on these laws and parts to function. Therefore, it's not necessary. That's the summary of my idea.
Something has parts, therefore it's not necessary? What do you mean
Yeah,
by
because
that?
it depends. It's dependent on these parts to function. A necessary thing
Depends on.
wouldn't be dependent on parts
Okay, but those parts are not external. It's the part of that thing. So
Yes,
those parts
exactly.
belong
So
to one thing, so it's not an external thing. So
yes, but it
for example,
depends on it.
okay. So what about this necessary being? Like, what are the properties of the necessary being that you believe in?
Yeah, that when we get to this, it's like more metaphysical than it is physical. So it's more about it comes to religion, and you might start attributing like some traits to it, to this necessary existence. So it depends on your religion.
Okay, you don't have a religion, right?
Yeah.
But do you believe that the necessary being has intelligence?
Yes, I
Okay,
would
good.
say, yeah.
Good. So what about this necessary being has some power?
Yeah, it has to.
Okay, so then this necessary existence cannot exist also because it depends on those parts. If he's not intelligent, then he's not necessary.
If he's not intelligent, then he's not.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't. Can you?
So being intelligent and being powerful are two different things. They are together. Oh, then now that's a necessary being, but It's made of parts also. So it can't be
No,
necessary.
no, I would say it's, yeah, then you would say that it's like within it, it's not like part of it. Like,
It's like
that's
part
the
of
trick. It's not like his, it's not like a leg or
not like a leg.
just part of his, of its nature, I would say.
Yeah, but like whatever you see, like in the universe, it's also it's nature. Whatever you say, it's a part. No, it's the nature of it. Why you don't look
You
at
see,
it in the same way?
me, when I look at the universe, I see that it is changing.
Okay.
I see laws that could have been different. I see a lot of things that could have been different and are changing.
I believe like you can also suggest different things about the necessary existence also, and I believe it's also changing. If it was not changing, then it couldn't cause other things.
What is changing?
Things like without thinking, or like you said, it's intelligent, right?
Yeah, I think it has to be. Yeah.
And there must be a change to be able to think. Without change, there can't be any thinking process.
So you mean like the fact that it produced a thought in a certain time, it means that it changed.
Change, right? Without change, there can't be any thought.
How did it change? By forming a thought? I don't see.
If you want to talk
Like
about human
its
brain,
nature doesn't change, but the universe, for example, may, like if you go billion of years ago, it was much hotter, and planets are changing. Like a lot of things are changing. That's what I mean.
no one claimed that it's not changing. We accept that the universe is changing. Why it's changing? Because it's the property of the universe. The universe changes.
Me, I would say it's changing because it's dependent on its laws.
Okay, that doesn't matter.
Therefore,
like
it's not necessary. Something that is necessary does not change, because if you change, then it implies contingency. That's how I see it.
It doesn't follow logically. So even if it's changing,
for me, it does follow. I don't know how it does.
But you don't give any justification. You claim it like a rule, and you don't show me any justification for your claim. So if it's necessary, then it cannot change is a claim that you have to prove me. You can't just pass through without proving it to me. How do you know the necessary things, how they behave? But I already suggested you that like without change, there's no action, right? Can there be any action without any change? Moses? I think we have lost Moses, or maybe Moses. Yeah.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. I was asking a
Yeah,
question.
I'm sorry.
Can there be a change without?
Can there be a change?
Yeah. Can there be a change without moving?
In the necessary existence?
Like I'm just asking a general question.
Can there be a change?
Without
in what?
Okay, so there are things happening, right? I mean, the universe existed, and you believe that it has been caused by a necessary being.
Yeah.
So when things are happening, there's always a change. And if there was no change, then there wouldn't be the other things.
Yeah.
There must be a change so that there can be other things. So there must be a change in the necessary existence, then there can be other things.
No, I don't see how.
Why?
It doesn't follow.
So
I don't see how it follows.
if something is static, no movement, no action, nothing moves, nothing at all, then there's no change at all, then you shouldn't expect anything to exist or happen. It is there solidly, no movement, it's just static, it stays there. Then you can't see any action.
Yeah, then this is the necessary existence, something that doesn't change. That is not.
Yeah, but if that was the case, what I'm suggesting, even if it's necessary existence, it might be changing. Because I don't see any rule that
if it changed, then it's not necessary.
you don't know that. You're creating a rule. What's your justification that the necessary existence cannot change? You don't have
Because if
any.
it changes, then there is something that is affecting it.
No, it doesn't mean there is something else
Yes.
affecting.
How can you change if nothing is affecting you?
Well, because it's a necessary existence, it doesn't require other things to change. You see, I create rules the way that you create. I make exceptions the way that you make, and I'm not justifying that. So, but you're not also explaining how things happen if there's no change. No change means nothing.
See, how I see it is that a change it implies a dependence on conditions, on time.
Then that means the necessary
If
existence.
if a change
depend on
happens, that
something.
there is some condition that caused it to happen, you know?
Okay, so that means that the necessary existence must be dependent on the time, because the necessary
No.
existence that you believe must change so that it can cause other things. But now you brought something else,
How does it have to change to cause something else?
like whatever, like whatever that thing is, like there should be a change so that we can get something different.
No,
Well, how do you know that?
I don't see how it's
Yeah,
like
you
it's
don't see
maybe
how
it's not
Moses,
necessary.
how something so static, not changing anything, can cause something else. Like imagine yourself, you're not moving, you're not doing anything.
Like if this necessary existence decided to create something,
must move.
did it change? Did this necessary existence change in
Yeah,
any
in a
any
way,
sort?
because there was a moment that he was not thinking to create something, or like he was not deciding something. Now there is a second state that he decided. Two different states. Not deciding, deciding. So that's a change already.
Yeah, but it's not a change in
It
nature.
is.
It's just a
It is.
thought.
Like what? Like doesn't matter. I don't care. Like a change in what? So it's changing. Period. We don't know its nature. You don't know it also. So no need to talk about its nature. What we can confirm that it's changing in a way.
You know what?
It must change.
I would say just instinctively, when I look at the universe, even if I'm not like eloquent enough to prove what I'm thinking, I just cannot see the universe being necessary. I just see it as a contingent thing.
Sorry, come again.
I'm sorry?
What did you say?
Bro, I just talked for like 10 seconds.
I believe you can repeat the 10 seconds.
Okay, so basically what I said is that instinctively, I don't see the universe being necessary. I see it as a contingent thing. Like even if I was not eloquent enough to explain my thoughts.
Just assuming.
Yeah,
With no
you get me?
justification. Sure, I get you clearly. You're assuming things without any justification. You're saying that, oh, these are my instincts. And I'm using the same instincts, Moses. I believe that the necessary existence that you're trying to describe is also contingent. And now, I mean, it's not even necessary for you because it's changing. It must change so that it can cause things. If it's changing by your definition, it's not necessary. So then you believe in no necessary existence, technically.
Yes, so you're saying because there was a thought or a decision to make something.
Not only Moses. So like this thing must create things. Like first he's thinking, it is thinking, then he's creating things, right? So without change, without action, without motion, how can you create things?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Like by just thinking, you don't do things, right? Like you should change something. There must be a change, then you can get something else.
Can you give me like a minute? I might be able to look something because I did not come prepared. So
Okay.
it's fine.
Yeah, take your time. And I'm not promising to stay long. You should know that, Moses. I'm already
Yeah, like just 5 minutes max.
minutes max. Okay. Anyway, welcome, Paul.
That's an eternity after 4 hours.
You're breaking? Yeah, but 4 hours. I heard that. That's true. 4 hours, 4 minutes. And thanks for the patience, all the people so far. Yeah, and especially you, Vok. You're here from the beginning. Paul was there also. And Phantom was there. Okeanos was there. Thanks, all of you. And who was else? I said Phantom. Yeah, Chixie was there. Ricky was there. Well, let me read those names. Charles Oliver, I also see you for some time here. Who else? Who else? Who else? I think they're the most. Yeah, Wodenson was there, but he left. Thank you, Wodenson. Thank you. Who else? Larry was there. Thank you, Larry. Oh, that's all. I think I cannot scroll more than that. Yeah, I cannot.
Yeah, I'm done. You don't have to wait if you want to go.
Thank you.
I just want to say, like something that came to mind. Like you could say that this, but I think you would say that I'm just making it up so you can make something up too. These decisions or changes are just part of like they are not bound to time, so they are just part of the eternal nature of this necessary existence. It's not like a change; it's just a part of its nature.
Not like a change; it's a part of nature. Like I said,
Yeah, it's like a timeless part of its nature to make this decision.
Okay, but
it's not a change in its nature; it's already in its nature to make this decision.
Okay, the universe is not also inside time. So to me, the universe is also timeless from outside. Time only exists inside
the universe is not inside time.
Do you believe in that? Do you believe that the universe is inside time?
Yes.
Really?
Don't you?
So do you believe that there's a meta time outside of the universe?
A meta time? I don't believe there is time outside the universe. I think time is
you
just
said
like
the universe is inside time,
concept.
Moses. But I think you misunderstood. What I said, the universe is not inside a timeline. That means outside of the universe, I don't believe that there is time.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, so in a sense, if you look at the universe from outside, if it's possible, that means the universe is also timeless. The time only exists, happens inside the universe, but outside, the universe is a timeless being.
Yeah, that's necessary existence then.
Yeah.
You just call it the universe.
That's what I said at the beginning. If you remember, you don't need something else. You could just call the universe.
So you just call it the universe, yeah? It's outside the universe and it's another universe, basically.
No, I think you misunderstood again. The universe itself right now that you look into, what I say, it might be necessary.
But why does it change then? Just this
Because
question.
it's the property of the universe.
Yeah, it's its nature.
It's nature. Yeah.
Nature, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, fair enough. Maybe I'll come back. Like, do you like have this room every day?
Nearly, but tomorrow I might not be here. Depends on the weather.
Yeah, so.
But we are here
So
frequently.
this time, like, yeah, I might try to come again if I.
Yeah, don't forget to subscribe on the YouTube, so you might get notifications when I go live.
Like I just hopped in today. Like I did not expect to talk. So my day.
All right, thanks for being here. And thanks for being nice, Moses. You're a very kind person. So let's call it an end for today, people. And one more time, thank you, all of you, Rogue, Paul, Edward, Phantom, Dart Gently, Dart. Sorry, like when I scrolled, I didn't see your name, and my scroll had the end. So, and I'm sorry, man.
I think you also forgot Chixie.
No, I
Chixie
didn't.
Mary.
I think I didn't.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But if I did, I'm so sorry. Yeah, Chixie. Yeah, we had Moon Shoes, Charles Oliver, Ricky, Bert was here, Okeanos, and Justin was here. Yeah. Who else? Who else? Please remind me, people. Remind me. Remind me.
I'm just trying to think.
No need to. Let me check the list.
We had Bull. Bull was the Christian, the
Oh,
guy, the
God.
rational guy, rational
Yeah.
Christian.
Oh, yeah. Like, what's the name? Blake? Yeah.
Yeah, but his name on that name on
Chat box.
YouTube was yeah.
Oh, we had Kelly. Thanks, Kelly, for being here. And
Oh, we had that Christian person. That's I think it started with an A or something that kept saying the Bible was true. Can't remember their name though.
the Freak was here. Thanks, the Freak. And Express Espresso was here. Thank you. Sarah Equinox was here. Scam Chan. Oh my fuck me. How I forgot Scam Chan. And VibeCon. Gods fuck me. Yeah, I forget these people. Oh, I see Guitar Dog and John Pelosi. Larry, I think I already said Larry. Tom was here. I think he's Nirob. Yeah, the emoji guy. Robin was here. Fred was here. And Brian, music by Brian was here. And who else? El Caxi. Sorry,
Wasn't Henry Alcaxi? Henry was here. Wasn't Henry Hansen or whatever his name is?
Henry, I didn't see the name so far. And Professor Hizzle was here. And the Christian guy, Matthew. Yeah, he joined. Thanks, Matthew. Kim was here. Thank you, Kim. And that's all. I see. Yep. Yep, guys. Thank you one more time. And take care. See you. I don't know. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the other day. We'll see. Have a good day, night, evening, morning, whatever. Bye bye.